យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Healthtech អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy đấy.
Cô bông ở đây bán tang online
Giờ này mình cầm tu tôi đã hơi mong tới.
Tu tôi tạm nghe bao nhiêu?
Nè, tao phi được bệnh vào sửa Mastercard đó. Nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy card, form miệng xem xấy, nâng lấy code OTP, cho nên chỉ ca xịt.
Cho phi được bán vào sửa Mastercard đó, ai phở ban lời cái là
Ồ, nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nâng ca cũng sang lừa online ban tròn tiết đâu.
Nói
Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេប្របង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eselida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាកុងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eselida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eselida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេ
សូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Royal សមម៉ូតូសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនទេគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart B ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart B ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អូអត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាតមកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិតខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចតោះដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
កាប់ទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែន
ហ្នឹងហើយ
កំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារលេខស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខកណ្ដាលដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្ដាប់ចិត្តស្ដាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខអង្គធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញ
This is CamTech Summit 2021, powered by Prudential and the World FinTech Festival Cambodia in partnership with SFF, live in Phnom Penh, Kingdom of Cambodia.
A very good morning to our Excellency, distinguished guests, speakers, policymakers, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks a very historical event of the world of fintechs. In partnership with Singapore FinTech Festival, the World FinTech Festival takes us through a global event of vast network of satellite events in key fintech hubs around the world. Singapore FinTech Festival is the world's largest fintech event and a global platform for fintech community comprising of fintech players, entrepreneurs, policymakers, financial industry leaders, investors, including private equity players and venture capitalists and academics. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2020, SFF and Switch saw 60,000 participants from over 160 countries and more than 2,000 speakers, over 1,300 exhibitors, 27 international pavilion and 45 satellite events hosted by partner cities across the world during the 5 days round-the-clock event. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Phnom Penh is one of the partner cities for the next 2 days and hosts the event with its trusted partner. CamTech, powered by Prudential, we have experienced a truly one-of-a-kind pioneering hybrid event that showcase techs and tech landscape for these past 3 days already, and this will be brought to another level of the next 2 days of the event. This has been made possible with all the help and support of the following partners and sponsors. This event is made possible with the organization of the National Bank of Cambodia, Cambodian Association of Fintechs and Technology, the Association of Banks in Cambodia, and Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. Thanks to our silver sponsor, Khmer Enterprise, Inspire, Connect, Transform, AMK Finance at your doorstep, and Philip Bank, a member of Philip Capital Group, Singapore. Prince Bank, we try harder for you, and Visa, everywhere you wanna be. Thanks to our brand sponsor for this event as well, Asilida Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank of the people. Credit Bureau Cambodia CBC, e-money, easy and safe. Trust Royal Bank, simply better service, and PPC Bank, easy banking. TrueMoney, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia, and Wing, the bank for every Cambodian. Of course, we would like to also acknowledge our media partner of this event, Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh News, Khmer Times, Your Opinion Matters, PR Newswire, we tell your story to the world, and Sabai, happiness live here. Finally, we would like to acknowledge our content partners for this event, Bakong, the next generation mobile payment and banking. DQD, we deliver, we distinguish, we drive ahead, we are the diversitas. iPay88, and last but not least, WSource. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin this year's World FinTech Festival in Cambodia. This is made possible with partnership with Singapore FinTech Festival. To get more about this, please watch this video. Well, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, today first distinguished guest speaker will walk us through the states of Cambodian insurance market today and the perspective of insurance regulator on its digitalization in the future. Mr. Meng Leng Tuch is the Director and Market Development Department, Insurance Regulator of Cambodia, whose responsibility is to review the insurance product filing before it can be marketed. He has been involved with several national and sectoral policy development, including the National Social Protection Policy Framework 2016-2025 and the Strategic Plan for Insurance Sector Development 2021 to 2030, which will be publicly available in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to welcome Mr. Meng Leng Tuch.
Thank you, DJ Nana, and ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important event. And thanks to Prudential Cambodia for the very kind invitation. As Cambodia is facing out of the COVID-19 crisis and we are starting to reopen the economy, we have noticed that the pandemic and the subsequent lockdowns has forced many insurers to accelerate the transitions to digital business models. However, the crisis at the same time also highlighted the critical role of the regulatory framework in both hindering and facilitating the shift to digitalization in the insurance industry. Now, in this context, I would like to share two things this morning. First, I'm going to highlight the insurance market data in Cambodia. And the second, I'm going to share the perspective toward digitalization of the insurance industry. Since 2012, the market size of the insurance sector in Cambodia has grown exponentially with an average annual growth of 28% for the total gross premium. Despite the pandemic, the gross premium in 2020 continued to rise by roughly 9%, amounting to approximately 272 million US dollar, and is estimated to increase to 300 million US dollar in 2021. In 2020, claim ratio is around 30%, with a total sum insured of about 245 billion US dollar for all risks. And the industry as a whole has created about 3,500 jobs. In 2019, insurance penetration rate was around 0.91%, and the insurance density was 14.92 US dollar, relatively lower than other countries within the region except Myanmar. In 2021, the penetration rate is expected at 1.1% and the density at 18 US dollar. These indicators illustrate that the insurance market in Cambodia still has more room to grow and can attract more investors. The insurance company have designed all type of insurance products for the customer, including property insurance, fire insurance, public liability insurance, engineering, health, personal accident, term life, whole life, endowment, and so on. As of today, the industry has 38 insurers, including 18 general insurance companies, 14 life insurance companies, and 6 micro insurance companies. The number of the company has increased dramatically since 2012, when life insurance company first appeared in Cambodia. Distribution channel for the insurance products in Cambodia is largely based on a conventional form, which is the intermediary, such as brokers, corporate agents, individual agents, and banks as the insurance agents. However, we are seeing some companies begin to move to a digital platform, either using mobile applications or website as their distribution channels. So this is just a quick glance of the industry. Now let me turn to my second issue this morning, which is the perspective of the regulator on digitalization of insurance business in Cambodia. As the COVID-19 pandemic unfolded, the insurers had to change the way they work almost overnight. The crisis and the subsequent lockdowns has been forcing many insurers to accelerate the transition to digital business models. The pandemic mostly affected the way insurers work and interact with customers, essentially across the whole value chain of the business, such as distribution and sales, underwriting, contract signing, and policy issuance, as well as post-sale activity like claim management. The digitalization of insurance business model clearly offers significant benefits for both customers and insurers, including an increase in speed, efficiency, location-independent interaction, meaning that the insurer have the ability to reach customers who are underserved and improve customer service and satisfaction. In order to digitalize insurance business model, it is important that the whole value chain of the business can be completed electronically without the need to revert to paper document or wet ink signature at any point. With technological advancement, and changing customer expectation happening at an unprecedented pace, it presents challenges for us as a regulator to keep up. As the objective of the insurance regulation is to ensure financial stability on the one hand and protect the interests of the policyholder on the other hand, we as the regulator must balance between the innovation and the supervisory objective. We realize that the existing regulatory framework are somehow unaccommodating and creating barriers to digitalization. A simple example can be a provision around wet ink signature or the inability to use electronic signature. As of now, there's no specific regulation allowing the use of electronic signature. However, the regulator has provided regulatory relief for the insurer to use electronic signature in order to reduce the face-to-face encounter. So these are all the important issues that we need to address in the near future. We know that digitalization is very critical on insurers' strategic agenda, and at the same time, the crisis also highlighted the critical role of the regulatory frameworks in facilitating the shift to digitalization in the insurance industry. So it's very important that the regulator will need to first update the existing regulatory framework in order to accommodate future technological advancement, not just distribution, but for the whole value chain of the insurance business. Enhance the cooperation among regulators and industry in order to exchange best practices. And third, encourage the innovation that doesn't impair the pursuit of regulatory and compliant objective. So to my conclusion, technology will change and so must we. So we need to harness the changes to make sure that it is fair, safe, efficient, and dynamic. So now is the time for both the insurance industry and the regulator to do more because the moment to become digital has arrived. Thank you. Over to you, DJ Nana.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the wonderful introduction of this morning session, which was the early one. And now let's move to the next section for this morning. Our next distinguished guest speaker has over 30 years of international experience in executive management position across Asia Pacific, Europe, and the Middle East in insurance and healthcare industry, delivering extraordinary growth in revenue, profitability, and customer base achieved through adherence to governance standard and managing without corporate risk policy and profile. To help us know more about the digital health ecosystem and how healthcare is being made more accessible and affordable at present. Joining us this morning is Prudential PLC Chief Health Officer. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Andrew Wong.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to speak at today's CamTech Summit. I'm the Chief Health Officer of Prudential PLC and is responsible for all the health initiatives in Asia and Africa. What I'm going to share with you today is the healthcare challenges we face in Asia and how the digital health ecosystem for Prudential can make healthcare more accessible and affordable. Let me spend a couple minutes on who we are. Prudential PLC is a leading Pan-Asia and Africa life and health insurer and asset manager with 17 million customers. We operate in 13 markets in Asia and 8 markets in Africa. We have multi-channel distribution with 600,000 agents, 20,000 bank branches, and of course, via Peth lately, which is the health ecosystem. I'm going to spend a lot of time to get into the details. So the main purpose of Prudential is to help people to get most out of their lives. We are committed to make healthcare more affordable and accessible by leveraging digital technologies and best-in-class partnerships. Our goal is to enable our customers to live healthier and wealthier. But healthcare is a significant concern in Asia due to the following factors. Firstly, there's a rise of middle class owning the wealth creation in Asia. By 2030, two-thirds of the global middle class population will be in Asia. People generally want to have choices and access to better healthcare when they become wealthier. They generally like to receive medical treatments at their own convenience rather than to wait, and they like to choose their own doctors and surgeons. However, the lack of exercise and unhealthy diet caused significant healthcare issues. Secondly, the population in Asia is aging rapidly. The average life expectancy, for example, in Hong Kong is 85, which is the highest in the world. And in China, the country has more senior citizens than all the European countries combined. And more than 16% of people aged 65 or older in Malaysia, they're going to be 16% by 2050 versus only 4.8% of that group of populations in 2010. So the longer life expectancy generally drives up demand for healthcare, as older people are more vulnerable to cancer, stroke, and other chronic illnesses. The third factor to drive up the demand is due to medical inflation, and we all know that they've been going up at 2 or 3 times of the consumer index due to the shortage of healthcare professionals and advancement in technology and medications. In many Asian countries, there's a lot of healthcare challenges. Population is unevenly distributed, and access to quality healthcare can be challenging, especially in the rural areas of these countries. And I can highlight some specific examples. In Cambodia, although the health status of the residents has been improved significantly since the 1990s, with child mortality rate falling steadily and with the increased number of medical facilities, such as nursing and pregnancy care. However, the country is still facing due challenge of communicable and growing non-communicable diseases, similar to other neighboring countries. In Malaysia, they do have the highest obese populations in Southeast Asia, with NCDs as the largest driver for healthcare spending, and this caused 73% of the death rate in Malaysia. In Indonesia, NCD is also the leading cause for death, and there's a shortage of doctors, and the ratio is only 1 in 4,000, and also because of the geographical disparities that compound the whole healthcare issues in Indonesia. So both Thailand and Vietnam, they do face significant increase in hospital charges and public expenditure, so that make healthcare less affordable. As Prudential has been operating in Asia for 100 years, we do have in-depth understanding on reasons why residents in Asia, they have challenges to access to quality healthcare. In general, there's a long waiting time for doctor consultations and hospital admissions, especially in the public sector. In some cities, you need to get up quite early to queue up for a time slot for appointment, and then an appointment may be quite late in the afternoon or early evening, and then as a result, the whole day has been wasted just for one GP consultation. And also there's no free choice of doctors for most of the public systems. Public hospitals are generally overcrowded with poor accommodation and mediocre clinical outcomes. Medical resources tend to be centralized in cities rather than in rural areas. And most of the residents, if they can't afford, they would like to seek medical treatments at private facilities for their own comfort, convenience, and choice of doctors, and also better clinical outcomes. While most of these facilities, the private ones, are relatively good, but they are quite expensive and charges are not transparent. There's also a tendency for over-treatment and over-prescription of medications at these private facilities. So as a whole, people generally, they want to stay healthy, and a lot of them, they don't know how due to the lack of healthcare knowledge for them to make informed decisions. So in Asia, there's a huge health protection gap with 80% of the populations, they don't have adequate health insurance. The consumption of healthcare goods and services across the markets which Prudential operates in Asia is estimated to be around $940 billion US, and more than 40% of this spend, roughly US $400 billion, is settled out of pocket by consumers. So behind this rise in healthcare spend, there has been the upsurge in chronic diseases, mostly driven by more sedentary lifestyles. Various studies have shown lifestyles such as sleeping pattern, exercise, and diet account for 50% of our health status. And in total, 70% of the health drivers are lifestyle and environment related. The current level of healthcare spending in Asia, together with the increase in the future trend, is putting a lot of pressure on both the individual and public systems. So the opportunity for Prudential and same for the other healthcare players is to engage with the consumers on how they can improve their health so that they can live longer and healthier. As a result, we need to make changes. So instead of focusing on paying for clinical care, we need to evolve ourselves from being the pure providers of cover to partnering with customers on wellness, guiding them how to improve and preserve their health, as well as supporting their treatment and recovery from adverse health events. So we are changing ourselves from a health payer to a health manager. And Pulse, we believe, is the game changer. Given the large number of mobile phone users in Asia, this already provides a ready-made engagement avenue. So we believe alongside with protection, we have an equal and important role to play in helping our customers to prevent and postpone the onset of diseases. So this is the prevent, postpone, and protect proposition we adopt and launch to the market. So our ambitions on the holistic approach to healthcare is to transform the delivery of care from sick care to wellness. So we need to identify and work with various healthcare players to provide comprehensive virtual and physical health services through the use of digital technology and AI. We will leverage on the technology to engage our customers and users and to empower them with intellectual self-help tools. So the use of AI is very important so as to analyze big data to improve the customer feedback loops. There are 5 categories of value-added services we introduce to our users via Pulse, which is the Prudential's health ecosystem. The first one is lifestyle and wellness program. We help our customers to keep track of their daily activities, sleeping patterns, and diet, and to provide coaching to encourage them to improve their health. The second category is what we call the risk factor identification. Our customers can monitor their current health and future risk factors by going through health assessments digitally and also through DNA testing. The third category of service we introduce is disease management and recovery. If our customers are unfortunately ill, the use of chronic disease management program can help them to maintain or even improve their health conditions by better adherence to medication, diet, and exercise regimes. The use of triage and symptom checker can direct our users to appropriate treatments based on their input or data collected through various digital devices. In the event our users do require to see a doctor, we can arrange consultations with doctors either through video or physical visits. We can also arrange medication to be sent to the user's home or office addresses. So we start the rollout of Pulse in Malaysia in August 2019, and now we have Pulse live in Apple Store in 11 Asian markets, available in 10 languages. And since the launch of Pulse in August 2019, there have been more than 30 million downloads. We engage the users by helping them to achieve their personalized health and wellness goals through the use of symptom checker, health assessment, telemedicine, and other healthcare services digitally. We have also launched many digital bite-sized protection products on Pulse, which includes dengue fever, infectious disease, personal accident, COVID-19 cover, hospital income, and cancer, and many others as well. So millions of policies were sold directly via Pulse, and our partners and many new customers had been acquired through the digital channel. So Pulse is also used as an important tool for Prudential to generate leads for our agency force, and a number of the leads have been converted into offline sales by the respective agents, adding additional revenue to the company. Pulse is unique and is first of its kind in Asia. It's powered by AI, and currently we are working with more than 20 digital partnerships in the region. Pulse by Prudential can be downloaded by anyone, not limited to Prudential customers, via App Store or Google Play. And Pulse users can enjoy the access to quality healthcare anywhere they are and whenever they want to, as long as they have access to internet and have smartphones. So the benefits of launching Pulse of digital health ecosystem are to make more healthier customers, as it can enhance health awareness and lifestyle. It can also expand customer reach and make healthcare more affordable and accessible. So these healthier and happier customers will have lower claim incidents as a result, and make insurance products more affordable. All this will overall improve customer satisfaction and loyalty. We firmly believe that Pulse by Prudential will benefit the communities in Asia in the following ways. It will improve further the awareness of health and well-being, especially during the outbreak of pandemic. Most of the Pulse features, including symptom checker and health assessment, are provided free of charge to all users. And Pulse users are empowered to take charge of their own health through the 24/7 access to health information for better disease prevention and treatment, and also better health outcomes. All these will free up valuable resources for critical health concerns and keeping medical costs at bay. Based on our statistics, majority of Pulse users, they are in the age bracket between 18 and 35, and the average age is only 30, which is 10 years younger than the existing Prudential customer profile. The other important aspect is 70% of the post users, they are new to Prudential, and this represents tremendous opportunity for us to tap into this group of users to offer the appropriate insurance solution for them. So in summary, Post does not only enable our users to have access to quality and affordable healthcare through the use of technology, it also helps Prudential to broaden its customer base, gathering new data, generate leads, and convert leads into sales. So let's take a quick look at the development of digital health in Cambodia. Again, in response to the outbreak of pandemic COVID-19, the development in this area has been very promising in Cambodia. Cambodia, in fact, is among one of the highest vaccinated countries in the world. 77% of the population has been vaccinated. And this was achieved through the leverage of the CamDX app so that it expedite the COVID-19 vaccinations to all the residents of Cambodia. And without the use of the app, it couldn't make the 77% vaccination possible. The adoption of other digital apps such as digital payment, Stop COVID-19, QR code, and also Post by Prudential has been phenomenal in the country. And this further proves the use of digital health can make healthcare more accessible and affordable, not only in Asia, but also in Cambodia. So I hope this is of something interesting to you, and this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening to me, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew. There was a very timely presentation about Cambodian banking industry plans, especially now we are recovering after COVID-19. So thank you very much once again for your lovely presentation. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to another next topic. Our next distinguished guest speaker work with several different organizations, including ANZ Bank in Australia, Monash University, UNHCR here in Cambodia, World Vision Cambodia, and International Labour Organization, before joining Esilida NGO as a consultant. He's also currently a member of Bank's Executive Committee and member of numbers of other executive and board committee. As Group Chief Information Officer, he is responsible for directing and managing 6 divisions, including IT security, with a total of about 450 technical staff. That's actually quite a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to introduce to you Mr. Terry March, EVP and Group CIO of Esilida.
Thank you, DJ Nana. This is Terry. My name is Terry. I'm the CIO of the bank. Today I have a great honor and pleasure to attend this magnificent summit. I'm delighted to have such gathering with so many players coming from different industries. Esilida Bank is proud to be a bronze sponsor of this summit. FinTech, or financial technology, these days has become a household name for banks and financial institutions. Digital innovation in banking, products and services are slowly emerging around the world. Cambodia is included. Banks or MFIs need to adopt and act decisively if one does not want to be disrupted and avoid negative business impact. Digital transformation is strategically imperative if we have to survive and stay competitive amid the upsurge of disruption. Thank you. Embracing FinTech offers enormous benefit to an organization and open up many business opportunities for the immediate and long-term future. Cambodian National Strategy for Financial Inclusion received a big boost due to digital innovations, and this strategy can now be achieved in a much shorter time frame. Nowadays, it is evident that Even at remote rural area of Cambodia, we see people use smartphone to perform financial transactions on their own and among their peers. Registration and ID verification for customer onboarding to bank applications are more at ease and just a few clicks away. Interoperability between banks, FIs, and counterparts becomes seamless, which enable fast, convenient, and ultra-low cost to transact. The benefits we have just mentioned are only a few real-life advantages of fintech adoption. Akrida Bank's digital transformation journey began over 10 years ago. Throughout this year, we continuously and consistently added and enhanced our digital product and our services to match customer expectation. Our digital strategy has helped us to achieve our goal and realize our vision for superior financial services. We provide our customers the tool to operate their financial transaction effectively on their own and among their peers at the place and time of their convenience, reducing the need of our staff resources. One of the key success in this endeavor was to increase productivity without the need for additional staff, even though the volume of customer transactions constantly growing. Many of our back office staff are being reskilled and gradually moved to the front office. After so much hard work, we have recently launched our national QR code called KHQR, in collaboration with the National Bank of Cambodia. We appreciate the clever move by our regulator to unify the current chaotic proprietary QR code, which will progressively be phased out. With this single national unified QR code, customers from any bank in the country can make their interbank payment effortlessly. COVID-19 brings so much suffering to the livelihood of the people of the world. Lockdowns occur everywhere. Most economic activity halted. Ironically, digital adoption or utilization surged. Our digital transaction grew to 94.5% of the overall transaction for the month of October. May I conclude my speech, but I have a slide to show the audience. It's about our success in digital transformation. Can our DJ show the slide, please? Can we show my slide, please?
Here we have the slide on screen. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Digital transformation, to me, to put it simply, is a strategy to digital transformation strategy. Is a strategy to migrate customer at the counter to the digital channel. So over the last 10 years, we strive hard to make this a success. We need a tool to progressively measure the achievement up to the present time and target area for further improvement. This graph is our tool, as you can see in front of me, in front of you. In July, as you can see in there, in July last year, in 2000, our percentage was only 90.1%. And even it's a very high already because we start the journey some 10 years before this. And about 15 months later, is in October last month, we managed to grow the number of transactions to 94.5% of all the transactions that occur in the banks. As along this 15-month period, the growth was 4.4 percentage points. So as for transaction value, we started at 17.1%, in July 2020, and last month the value of transaction, the percentage of value of transaction, grew up to 35.8%. As you can see that the value, we achieve a very high percentage for the transaction percentage, but in terms of value, the percentage is still very low. It's only 35.8%. So we still have a lot of work to do there. The reason why the value is, the percentage for value is a lot lower than the percentage in the number of transactions is that on the digital channel, the number of the transaction value tend to be a lot smaller if you compare to the counter. We will try to improve the value. We managed to improve some from 17.1 to 39. So we will try to improve this further. And as for percentage, we don't have much room to improve. If we can reach 96%, I think it's very high already. Since Cambodia is a cash society, so hopefully slowly we move to digital currency and all that. Then hopefully the number of transactions will be higher. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you all for the audience. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very, very much for the presentation earlier. I mean, we all know Esilida, I think even before I was 15, 16. My mom always go to Esilida Bank, and we're still the customer of Esilida right now. So thank you very much for bringing technology into the day-to-day basis transaction as well. It's make really easier life for everyone, including myself. So once again, thank you very much for your presentation. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I am beyond thrilled to introduce our next speaker, because I mean, she's such an inspiration. She's bringing technology to life, and especially as a woman, I'm very, very happy to see women behind one of the most amazing systems, which is very important for the daily life and healthcare system here in Cambodia. The next speaker is a woman behind Peth Yeoung Healthcare. I mean, allow me to just translate if for those of you who don't speak Khmer. Peth Yeoung just mean our doctors, which simply mean that the app will, the system is actually like Peth Yeoung. It's our doctors, daily life doctors. So Peth Yeoung Healthtech is the cloud-based hospital operating system and healthcare platform, which is perfect for private and public hospital and clinics. It's a homegrown operating system that has been shortlisted for this year prestigious Asian Entrepreneurship Awards. That's one of the things I'm very, very proud of. She will be presenting on Peth Yeoung shortly. We're now getting set up ready with the slide presentation as well, so allow me to just stretch a little bit for just a few minutes. But she will be introducing what is Peth Yeoung all about and how it helped the healthcare system. I had an opportunity to know about Peth Yeoung a little bit earlier, probably a couple years ago, 1-2 years ago when it just started, and now it's being presented at the Asian Entrepreneurship Awards. That make us Cambodian and women very proud. Because in the last few days, we kind of noticed that when it comes to technology, we don't have enough women. Well, I am here, but I'm just an MC. Now, all right, ladies and gentlemen, to share more about Peth Yeoung Healthtech is a woman behind it, a healthcare entrepreneur and a visionary, as well as founder and also Chief Executive Officer for this. So is she online now? Can we go already? All right, now thank you very much. I would like to hand over the floor now to Mrs. Pong Lim San.
Yes. Hello. Yes. Yes. My name is Pong Lim San. So I would like, before we start, I would like you watching one video, 1 minute, talking about Peth Yeoung, please. Hello everyone, my name is Pong Lim San. I'm CEO and co-founder of Peth Yeoung. Peth Yeoung is advancing our healthcare ecosystem to improve our path to the healthcare, solving the problem impacting life every day. We saw that millions of lives around the world are lost every single minute each year, especially in developing countries. The problem is that some healthcare professionals, both public and private service providers in hospital, clinic, polyclinic, are using the old treatment model, paper-based record and manual operation. Patient have to spend long time for waiting for the doctor treatment, and sometimes they look the document, and sometimes doctor using the paper-based for writing the prescription and cannot be read and then understand by patient. And patient, when they return and coming back, the doctor they need take time to find the old document and check up for the old document. The result can make be low productivity and the high cost. But Yeoung is the trust one healthcare solution in solving the problem of our healthcare professional and to the end patient. Yeah, thank you for watching 1 minute video. So I will start my presentation. Yeah. Yes, again, and yes, you can go to the slide. Go to the first page, please. Yes, my name is Pong Lam San. I'm CEO and co-founder of Peth. Peth is advancing healthcare ecosystem for improved path to the healthcare. So before we start, I can go to next slide, and I briefly why we have the Peth. Peth, yes, I briefly a little bit background why we have the Peth, because according to my research, I was working as consultant 10 years before I start working with ministry, and then we found that some health professional, some public and service provider, mostly doctor or the or the clinic, they use the traditional paper-based for the treatment of the patient. So that's why we have the Peth. Peth is one solution that that can mean that for the hospital or clinic, both public and private hospital that using go to the digital. So can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, this is our why we have the Peth. Peth is one solution that can store mean that because before I little bit show you why according to my research we using why we have Peth for what. Yeah, actually I have experience myself. After I research, I working for Ministry of Health as a consultant, and I have experience myself because for my kid, I go to hospital and then I look my documents as well. I don't know what kind of disease, and then anything is always new document, and sometimes the patient come and waiting for a long time, and then mostly the woman. And then take time make the people for the increase or the mean that increase of the time, or when we go to the hospital we can take more time because doctor they have to take time to look in the old document, and sometimes they look document we cannot find. So that's why we come up Peth. That Peth is one of the solutions that can we have public and private hospital or the specialist record or the medical record and operation. And not only for the operation, can help to improve the quality of healthcare. For the mostly is in Cambodia, according to the research, we know that the woman is and the kid is they use the medical is treatment is more than the men. So go to the next slide. Yeah, we saw that in medical, in public, if you go to the healthcare professional hospital, you see that it's not like the business. They have complicated. They need to, example, they need to go to meet the registration. Then you go to meet doctor, or you go to meet nurse, and then you have appointment. And sometimes you go to if you need to emergency. You need or you need to the blood test, like, or you need to make the paraclinic like echo, X-ray, something like that. And sometimes we need to go and wait because we waiting the result as well. You are doing the complicate, and then some the operation and hospital, they also had the challenge regarding to the management to the hospital. Example for the control all the medical document, control all operation, and control like the medicine stock as well, and room, or we have different price, or like example one hospital they connect to the other many insurance. Insurance they have many agreement, so the price is too complicated in hospital because according they have many insurance. So Peth Yeoung, that's why we have Peth Yeoung. Peth Yeoung is solution that can manage all operation in hospital from one to one, from one part to one part, and connect to the help from family business to the standard business. And another thing is for help all operation in a hospital connecting like the stock income, or like we call accounting or HR as well. That's why we have the Peth Yeoung, even while we have the completed. So Peth Yeoung is one solution that can help the public and service provider, and mostly in one thing is very important, we have to help to our patient as well, because we have one app to help one app because eHealth My Clinic that connect from the patient to the hospital, that can find the right specialist that the for the patient that can looking for the treatment. Yeah, go to next slide, please. So why we have the Peth Yeoung? We know that while a patient they go to hospital, they have to wait for a long time. Sometimes if they come to the province, they have to spend for traveling on something, so they spend for a long time, and if they relative have the emergency, so mean that they have to wait, and then that's why we have solution. And one more thing, losing medical record. And medical record very important for the doctor. When they treatment, they need all history medical record. If they use paper based, sometimes they lose it, and they can be take time as well. And one more thing, the patient cannot access to the right to the professional healthcare. Example, if they would like to find the hospital that specialize in cancer or clinical or something like that, they cannot find the right. That's why our Peth Yeoung, we have the solution that can connect from the hospital to the patient. Yes. So go to next slide, please. So Peth Yeoung is one solution that we can connect to the. We see in the picture here. You will see that they're too complicated. Too complicated. Why? Because when the patient go to hospital, and then sometimes before they go, they don't know how which hospital they go, which specialist according their sickness. So, but when they go to the hospital, and then that's why we have Peth Yeoung is one solution that connect from the hospital to the patient direct. From the hospital to the patient. Patient can go to our app and then go find the hospital with the specialized or nearby, and then all the data is recorded in the system, and then the patient can go to any hospital. They can mean that they can have their own data through our app. They can make appointment. They can have the teleconsult to the hospital as well. And one more thing is they connect to the insurance, and our system can transfer data to, if they have agreement each other, we can transfer to data to the to the insurance as well by the automate. It's no need to do manual. So make easy for the doctor and the insurance, and the patient can communicate, and all the medical, all the data is very important. And then for the decision of the doctor, like allow for the insurance as well. And one more thing, we have the payment gateway in connect from the who get the service provider and for the treatment, and then we can payment through the gateway as well. So this is what we have in the Peth Yeoung, yeah. So go to the next slide. So here I just a little bit show you what is the Peth Yeoung. Peth Yeoung is one solution that we call all-in-one operation. That Peth Yeoung we develop Peth Yeoung is for apply all level of hospital, for public and private hospital. Public hospital, we have many, like we have all 32 specialists in our platform. And we have start from the reception to nurse to the doctor can treatment and then can transfer request like lab and echo imagery. And in system Peth Yeoung, we connect to accounting, income, report, expense, and HR. Mean that the Peth Yeoung is one of the solutions that can manage operation in hospital that we call B2B. So, and we have one platform. So still keep in my slide. Yeah, we have one platform we call eHealth app, eHealth Clinic. That the one of that can for the patient can connect to the hospital, and then they can make appointment to hospital through the teleconsult, or they have the ID card. They have the ID card. They the hospital they using the Peth Yeoung, mean that the card they can bring the card to any hospital, mean that all the medical record is the right provided to the hospital that see the medical record, but we need the OTP from privacy first, so they can go and see shortly for the data they have. And the patient also have the one app that can connect the order like prescription or something like that, like history, medical data, they on the app, and the app can teleconsult or make appointment. And one more thing is in our app also connect to the payment gateway, and we have all insurance as well in our app for connect to the insurance, and then for when the patient go to see the doctor, and the doctor and hospital that with the insurance company if they have agreement, we can also transfer data to the insurance company, but no need to do as manual. So report will come up with from the Peth Yeoung through API. According we study together, we can transfer the data to insurance company. Yeah, like Prudential as well. Yeah, go to next slide. So Peth Yeoung is a product that we developed under Performance Tech Asia. Performance Tech Asia is one company that we try to promote the women join in tech, and then our mission is we try to help our partner is join in the tech. Mostly we encourage we have men and men, but because of the tech we have not too much the women. That's why we have the Performance Tech Asia that we try to engage the women, young women join in the programming. So we focus in healthcare. Yeah. So Peth Yeoung, we have eHealth My Clinic is one app that connects from the patient to the hospital, can get teleconsult and then make appointment. And we have also new we call health tip to help our people to know about the health care. And then in our product we have Pharmacy Yeoung. Pharmacy Yeoung is one of platform that connect from the hospital, mean that when the hospital they don't have the pharmacy, they don't have they can prescribe medicine to the pharmacy who using our system for Pharmacy Yeoung, and then they can delivery through our platform. And in Pharmacy Yeoung, the pharmacy also can buy the medicine from the supplier as well. So in our app, platform we also have the payment gateway connected. We have Dentist Yeoung is for the all dentist. We can connect from is one app that we going to launch soon as well, that connect from for the patient to the dentist for my appointment or booking the schedule or medical record as well. And we have Lab Yeoung. Lab Yeoung can connect to from example, we have one clinic or hospital, they have the using Peth Yeoung, and then they connect to the lab, but they don't have their own lab. So if they request to the lab, mean that we call the lab that using lab Yeoung. They can transfer the data request, and then when after they get the data, and then they can complete in the lab. I mean that can connect through API to the Peth Yeoung as well. So this is what we have, and we have e-health card. E-health card is one of card that if the patient in a in a rural area, they don't have smartphone, they can use e-health card to go any hospital they want, but they need security code, mean that they need to OTP to confirm that this is the patient to confirm the data. Yeah, so go to next slide. Yes, this one show you a bit about the app. Our app eHealth My Clinic is an app that we have 14 functions, but I show you a little bit here. It's one app that during the COVID, more the people we cannot go direct to. It's not seriously sickness. They can find the right doctor on our app eHealth My Clinic with the specialist, and then they can make appointment, booking, teleconsult through our app directly. This one we not using like the Zoom, like the Telegram or something like that. Mean that we booking and we make calling directly to the doctor. We book the schedule, and then we have also delivery when the doctor prescribe medicine, and then our platform also have the delivery the medicine, and also we have booking for the medical transportation as well in our platform. And we have 10 more functions in here in our platform. We have knowledge for health, for improve, and then we have knowledge to the patient, can understanding about the health tips, something like that. And then one more is we have also insurance. The insurance company who like working with us, and then we can put insurance in our platform as well. So go to the next. Yeah, Peth Yeoung, we start build from our team, and our team we start for scalable, resilient, and then we are created for not only apply in our local. We plan also in this year we connect to the outside. I mean that is for scalable. Yeah, our platform is all-in-one solution that connect for the whole operation in hospital, all kind of and all level of hospital. Mean that from the consulting room to the clinic, polyclinic, and hospital. For the public hospital, we apply for the health center, referral district hospital, provincial hospital, and national hospital. So our platform we call mean that end-to-end solution for the professional, health professional, and the patient. Yeah, go to the next slide. In our app, we have the active platform in our Peth Yeoung right now. We have more than 2 million that we expand our market to not only in Cambodia, we to the Singapore and India as well. And we have health professionals like doctor, like lab, like imagery, pharmacy, and receptionist and midwife. We have around 20K in 3 countries, Cambodia, Singapore, and India. Right now we have more than 200 healthcare facility, public and private, using our platform. Like we have national hospital, in Cambodia using our platform, and then we have private, and now we expand our market to Singapore and India. We have our partner like payment gateway, insurance company, and then medical company, medical device, and then we have 12 our partner to, and we looking more and more. Like now we working with the payment gateway, and soon you will see we launching our platform with the payment gateway, and then our product we had for connect to easy make the payment from the patient to the doctor. So and also easy to manage and transparency and this is what we have right now. Yeah. Go to the next slide. Right now, actually, we have here only the some of our partner hospital. We have public hospital. We have Prakosama. We have Kuntepopa. We have all using J. Varaman, Savan, and Praong Duong Hospital and Komachit and other private hospital that using our and then total is more than 200. And we have strategic partner, and then for we have Wing, we have the Eklida that we working, and we have Stapana as well. And so we live in Sangpur. We also join with the Midtech APAC Med regarding to the health care, and we have the other public and government that we working with Ministry of Health and other. Yeah. So go to the next slide. Regarding to our recognition, and actually we have more than that in here. And in 2019, we win the ICT award, and we have also get strongly commitment from the Ministry of Health and for deploy our Yeoung to the public hospital that we are working now, and we also join the winner of Healthtech and also accelerate from the UNDP, and we get also the join with the smart scale, and just last this month, I think early this month, we just get award for the AA from the Odin Award from Japan, and in June we also get award from the we joined US selected 2020 as well. Yes, thanks. Go to the next slide. And actually, our market and this is our global market, but we expect for the first of all, we expect for the Cambodian market, but right now we go to the Asia region, and our plan is go to the global market for the 5 years. Yeah, go to next slide. Our Yeoung model, we have the B2B, mean that business to business. We have installation and training for first time, and then we have the monthly subscription. So we have also, please go to the next slide. We have our one model is B2B and B2C. We have e-health card, we have referral commission, and we have transaction based for the our system. Yeah. We are localized, but we are our Yeoung is one of the solutions that we are localized, we are specialized in healthcare. So Yeoung is one-stop service, and use mean that we focus only the healthcare. Go to the next slide, please. We have team here, and in Cambodia team, I'm the one who lead the regarding to the CEO, and then I'm working on healthcare and other consultant of MII. Yes, and we have our team is most of them they have experience in IT, and we have also the medical doctor is our advisor to improve our Yeoung, and then we have some other partner as well. Go to the next slide, please. And we have our international advisor and partner, and then we have from the Singapore as well. Thank you. And my slide finish here.
Thank you very much, the co-founder of Peth Yeoung. That was certainly very, very interesting. Unfortunately, we don't have so much time. So now let's move to our next topic for this today, which is what makes innovation successful? Or rather, let us ask the different question. What does it take to innovate for successful during post-pandemic? Our next distinguished guest speaker is a curious problem solver and boundary spanner. She's a lawyer by training, actually, inventing career games and volunteering with the charity that help Cambodian and young people reach their potential. He will help us to answer how to innovate for success in post-pandemic world. Let us all welcome Magdalene Lu, the Head of Innovation, Prudential Assurance Company, Singapore.
It's an honor to be here at CamTech. Thank you to the Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology for inviting me. I'm Magdalene Lu, and I head up innovation at Prudential Singapore. I have had what some people might consider an atypical career. I started out in legal, moved to government relations, and now I am in innovation. And some of you might be asking, hey, isn't that a very big shift or several big shifts? But this is what I found. There are threads that run through all three of these. So analytical thinking, synthesizing information, large amounts of information, both as a lawyer and as an innovator, finding win-win solutions. I used to do that in my legal days, mediating cases, getting them resolved. And now I'm doing exactly the same thing, finding partners, collaborating with them, co-creating solutions as an innovation person, and building trust, of course. That's the bedrock of all the collaborations. We've got to this stage of the pandemic, or some might say post-pandemic, now that vaccinations are a thing. And in the process, we've probably found out what truly matters. So the focus to understand, is this really important? Does this matter a few years from now? We have, by this stage, probably developed some resilience, the ability to be optimistic and realistic at the same time. And then that helps us to go the second mile. And agility. We have had to pivot several times, haven't we, in the last 18 months of this pandemic. As things change, our processes change, the way we think about things change. And well, here we are. And transiting to what we call a post-pandemic world, I think would be similar. Right? There are three key thoughts that I'd like to leave with you on digitalizing insurance, on designing innovation, and finally, the thing that really, really matters, what disciplined implementation can do for all of us. I'd like to start by demystifying fintech for those of you who are not familiar with it. So you must have heard all these terms being shared around artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud, cybersecurity, data, e-payments, all of these. And you'll be like, oh, I don't really understand all of this. I don't understand how this fits into finance or insurance. And I just wanted to share that, see, there's all these things, right? The ABCDEs, that's an easy way for us to remember. And this is deep tech, right? So there are courses you can take on this. And at the same time, there is the financial sector, right? And the financial sector, you can think of it as there are a few processes that are at the core of this, right? So you manufacture a product, you find ways to sell or distribute that product. After that, you have to service the customer, right? So if the customer wants to top up the policy, or if they want to change their address on the system, all of that are processes that you have to work through. And then finally, if they want to make a claim on an insurance policy, how do you service that? Right? Broadly, these are the core functions in insurance. And if you can find ways using technology, using deep technology, to solve some of these issues, to make the process smoother, or to meet a customer need in an even better way, that's it. That's fintech for you. Right? So I hope this helps you to understand what's at the core of it, and then you would find yourself free to innovate in any way you want. In Prudential, we have this app called Pulse, right? And we have had quite a lot of success in applying some of these principles that I just shared. So in terms of AI, we have married that with the health tracker, the symptom tracker. So that's powered by AI. We have taken, what used to be a face-to-face meeting with a doctor, and we have worked with partners to put that on the Pulse app, where the app would ask you certain questions about your health and then help you to understand the state of health and what you can improve. That's the health checker. And then for the symptom checker, I could say, hey, I have a headache. They ask me, is it the right side or left side? Where is it? How long have you had these symptoms? And they would make an assessment as to whether this is something serious that I have to get treated immediately, like go to an accident and emergency now, or is it something that I can wait to see a general practitioner, when I'm free. So there are all these things that are on the Pulse app. So very, very cool stuff and fun stuff, right? Like a wrinkle mirror, I can take a selfie. That's also AI based, and it's for engagement so that we reach more customers, right? So if you understand those basic concepts, that's how you build out whatever solutions that you have in mind. And that's how Prudential has done some of these things. Then there's the core part of insurance, right? Things like how do we reach customers in a pandemic? So we have what we call remote access, which is an integrated way of reaching customers online in a very seamless way. We sell products on the Pulse app, and that's our version of digitalizing insurance. And I just encourage you to think of your own use cases, how you can combine technology as well as the core insurance processes and create something new. What does digital innovation usually look like? So we are in FinTech season. It's very exciting. I just came out of the Singapore FinTech Festival hearing about Web 3.0, like what's the future of not just FinTech, but the entire internet system, right? How are things going to be? And it's all really, really cool. And if you're at the start of your journey and you're hearing things like that for the first time, you're probably really excited. Oh yes, data is the new oil. And there are all these things that we can be doing with data, and it's going to solve all the problems that we have and all our customers' problems as well. And it almost seems like this is the genie in the bottle, right? You rub it and it gives you what you want. And you read the newspapers, you see that other people's projects are doing really well, looks really, really nice. But reality is this. Reality is tough. Reality is there's a lot of cleanup to be done. So if you take data as an example, I know a chief data officer who calls himself the chief janitor of the company. Why? Because you have to clean up the data, you have to organize it before you can use it, right? And that's tough work, a lot of investment in terms of human resources, in terms of technology investments, and it's not going to be an easy, straightforward journey. Right? And you're probably going to do it badly for a start. I've gone through that same process in Prudential as well. And here's a quote that I found really, really encouraging. I had to do a double take the first time I saw this. And it says, anything that is worth doing is worth doing badly. Wow, blew my mind the first time I heard it. Anything that's worth doing, I was like, cool, it's worth doing badly. But hey, I want to do it well, right? And actually, that's what stops a lot of people from innovating properly, because they feel that, hey, I'm doing this so badly. I don't like to keep missing my targets like this, right? But here's the truth. If we haven't tried something, we're not going to be very good at it usually when we first start trying. But if we press through that, we are going to come to a situation where we can do it better. The 10,000 hours of focused practice. Same principles apply in innovation, right? I want to share with you the concept of 3 horizons of innovation, because that has helped me a lot. We talk about continuous improvement. That's a great place to start, right? So if you can't do the big and great things, start from where you are with what you have. How can I make this process a little bit better today than it was yesterday? continuous improvement. If you are in corporate innovation, you do continuous improvement. It helps to build trust that you know what you're doing, you can get this done, and then you can go on to the next level. Restructuring, recombining. How do you take something that's, excuse me, that's there in a different industry and combine it in your setting and make it work? So one example I can give you is claims-based pricing. So in Singapore, we have a hospitalization policy, and the entire Singapore, all insurers were sort of making a loss on it, and we had to find a way to make it more efficient, right? Not lose so much money. One of the things that we did was we then looked at another area, motor insurance, right? And in motor insurance, it's very common. If you have made a claim, you have to pay more premiums on your motor insurance the next year. And we said, okay, let's bring this claims-based pricing concept into hospitalization. And long story short, we managed to make this a profitable portfolio because we restructured, recombined, found new ways to make things work. And that's innovation, right? And if you're wondering there, like, okay, is there a definition of innovation? I'll say it's simply, innovation is anything new and better. So just two things. If it's new, it makes things better. That is innovation for you, right? And then finally, at the apex of the innovation food chain is disruption, or blue ocean. Right? It's the iPhone when it first came out, not because it was a fantastic piece of hardware. It's pretty cool. Not just because it's a really cool piece of software, it is, but because it really changed the equation by having things like the App Store, Apple Music. It changed the entire ecosystem. It was disruptive, right? So think of innovation that way, and don't feel that you have to go to the blue ocean disruptive innovation first. It will make all your lives easier, but have your eye on that. That's the price. But we start building it up, right? Just as, you know, if I haven't been exercising in 10 years, I don't wake up one day and say, I'm going to run a marathon today. You might end up killing yourself. You start by going out to the park, start walking, do your continuous improvement, and then work your way up, right? We want to talk about designing innovation. And I want to share this with you because it's so important to know the why, right? How do you design for a higher purpose? How do you find out, you know, what exactly is the social good that all your efforts are bringing you to, right? We want to tackle the problem of aging, social mobility. In insurance, we talk about helping people to retire better. We talk about designing for our customers, right? Be the change that you want to see. Design with empathy, really understand your customers. Don't sit in a room and try to change the world, because you need to be in the world. You need to understand the world. You need to understand the people that you are trying to make this change for, and design for them, talk to them, understand them inside out. And that's where the best innovations come from. Want to encourage you to leverage new technology, because that can help you to leapfrog into better capabilities. And finally, ethics in all that we do. We also want to be designing for our colleagues, right? The people we see, sometimes maybe even more than our families in the peak periods. These are real people, real lives. How do you design things to make their lives easier so that we can all go home earlier because we have automated some processes, right? How do we help these people to gain skills to make sense of the world, right? That's changing so rapidly with the pandemic. Like, sometimes looks really good. You know, things are getting back, and then you go back a few steps. And so how do you help people to make sense of that? How do you help people to have a safe place to grow in? And if we can design a workplace that helps them, we can design processes and policies to help them. That's where your innovations are also going to come, because it will overflow. And I also want to talk about designing for our community. Business as a force for good. We have a lot of resources at our disposal comparatively as corporates, as well, the government, I understand, is listening in as well. How do we use this as a force for good? Designing not just for our communities, but with our communities, getting people in to say, okay, what do you want? And we've done that recently with a group of Gen Zs. we brought them in and we said, look, if you are designing financial literacy program for you, what would that look like from your perspective? What do you want? And they came up with a very, very cool virtual 3D world game called PruQuest. And you can learn financial literacy concepts. But some of the things that they've put into this, we've never even thought of it. And they all understand this language. They think that it's really cool. And hey, if you are building for Gen Zs, let the Gen Zs tell us what they want. And same for seniors and so on, right? How do we design for the underserved? So these are things that we at Prudential always are seeking to do to help people get the most out of life. That's our purpose. That's our North Star. And as you go on your own innovation journey, want to challenge you to also ask that question, what is your ultimate purpose? And then everything flows from there. The picture that you're seeing on the screen right now is a picture of our office on the 30th floor of Prudential Tower. This used to be office space. And then the more senior you are, you get a bigger office, the corner office and so on. When Prudential, we decided to say, okay, our purpose is to help people get the most out of life. We then said, look, we no longer want to use our office space to glorify ourselves, right? But we want to use it to serve the community. So we changed the space from office looking like sort of space into an event space that you see here. Before the pandemic, there were many, many events happening there, and then we're coming back, right, post-pandemic, to physical events again. And that's how we choose to make use of our physical space. So once you're very clear on your North Star, what are you innovating for? Everything else, the resourcing, the priorities, they all flow from there. I want to also talk about driving innovation in culture and values, right? The picture you see here is one of our previous CEOs with a robot, right? So we're about technology. And then with seniors, because we want to be benefiting the community. And we just want to be sharing with them technology, sharing with them what we know, and just engaging with them that way. The other photo you see there, it's an open innovation competition that we have run. How do we do well by doing good? And that's something that I want to just leave here with you as well. And I also want to say that it's not about having a roadmap anymore these days. It's about having a compass. A map presupposes that somebody knows the answer. The truth in today's post-pandemic world is that nobody really knows the answer. So what would be good is if you have your own compass. And what's your compass? It's your purpose, your values, the culture that you have. And once you have that, things will flow from there. The picture you see here is a picture of my colleagues coming together, right? Some of them are even part-timers, but because we were working on something that we really believed in, this was a Saturday, we were rushing to meet the timelines. All of them voluntarily came back and they wanted to come back, to come together and finish that project. And so we say everyday innovation heroes, they are our sustainable competitive advantage. They are how we are going to win this. I'm going to very briefly touch on discipline implementation. We have what we call the Prudential way of innovation, and we call it the 4I framework: ideate, implement, impact, and inspire. There are many subpoints in there, and I won't go through it, but broadly, the first 5 subpoints are what we call classic design thinking, right? So empathy, define, generate ideas, you quickly test them, and so on. But just design thinking alone is not sufficient. We also need to go into implementation. And that's where we say, okay, how do we very quickly and in a very agile way, improve processes, do continuous improvement, excuse me, and also measure what matters. And most importantly, the 2 things that are highlighted there, how do we build an ecosystem that can amplify all of this? How do we co-create with our partners? So if you're interested in collaborating, we have this made available as materials that you can just freely access and use for your own purposes. Happy to have a chat with you on this. Want to sort of start wrapping up by saying innovation is all about dreaming big, testing small, and scaling fast, right? What you see there is the Pulse app, so some of the cool things it can do. And it didn't come overnight, yeah. But we are still in, and we are still in the process. So just want to encourage you to just keep on keeping on in whatever you are doing. What you're seeing here is what I call the win-win-win-win collaboration, right? For innovation. If we can find solutions that work for the regulator, for industry, for the community, for schools, that's how we are going to have the most lasting, sustainable solutions. We've worked with young people for exactly that purpose. We have had in our open innovation competitions, brought in young people who then become interns with us, and from interns going on to become management associates, so very, very good entry-level jobs. And we've helped students start up their own companies. We were their first customer, and they've built stuff for us. And with the support of the regulator and the wider community and their own educational institutions. So it really takes a village to have a strong, sustainable fintech ecosystem. And it just leaves me now to say, this is my contact details. Innovation can be fun. It can be fun and impactful if we collaborate. And I'm just looking forward to hearing from you if you think we can collaborate. And of course, look up my Cambodian colleagues at Prudential Cambodia if you think there's anything we can do together. Thank you all and have a great conference.
Thank you very much. That was actually a very joyful presentation. Thanks for making those presentations very interesting. Of course, by having a lot of pictures of human being in the presentation, it's actually very lively. That just shows the energy of the usefulness of your team and yourself. So thank you very much. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our next topic, which is on gaming and e-sport industry. Because in Cambodia, it's quite booming at the moment. With the estimated 2 million players to date, numerous companies are enabling the growth of esports in Cambodia through events, competition with cash prizes, team sponsoring, and platform development. Cambodia players are increasing with heavy internet penetration and mobile diffusion, as well as the spread of cybers across the country. Now, to tell us more about how esports data collated by Method, I would like now to hand over the floor to Mr. Florent Goodell, the founder of Method Research.
Hi everyone, I am Florian, the founder of the Method Research. We are a market research company with a mission to get better insights faster and anywhere in the world. We leverage social media and digital environments to find the right respondents and ask them the right questions in order to get the right insights. From our headquarters office in Hong Kong, we work closely with more than 100 agencies and direct clients all over Asia. Our most prestigious clients include brands such as Pepsi, Heineken, and the United Nations, but also, of course, many more. In addition to our clients' projects, we often conduct independent market research projects to cover topics that we're just curious about. Sometimes it may be about the air pollution perception or many other industry topics. So here this year we actually wanted to also discover something about the tech scene in Cambodia because we thought it could be quite interesting, and we focused our attention on gaming and esports. So our objective was to survey at least 500 individuals with interest in esports and e-gaming, and to discover more about their perception about the sports, their consumption habits, both as a viewer and a player, but also how the industry could potentially grow in the future. So before we get into more details, let me share with you a quick video with our main key takeaways. I hope you liked our quick summary video. This is one of the many and various interactive and user-friendly formats that we deliver whenever we work on market research projects. So as you can see, we try to be as clear as possible for anyone to understand. Even though you don't have a lot of time to analyze all the results, you can actually, understand the main takeaways just by watching that very quick video. That's why we actually do it for every project we do. So now let's study together the details of the report on our digital report. Okay, let me open it. Okay, so here is the full digital report. You can access it as well on our website, so the link will appear somewhere on the video, or you will be able to access it on the methodresearch.com, and you should go to the page Insight Lab on the top of the menu, on top menu bar. So you can see on that page that we actually give access to a lot of free reports that are free to access and discussing many different topics in many different locations. You can find, of course, this one on the esports industry in Cambodia, but you can also find the other ones such as the automotive in Hong Kong or the luxury in Dubai. That will give you a lot of different perspectives. So let's start with this report. So now let's go. As you can see here, we start by summing up the key themes that we will try to observe. So as you can see, we have three main parts. We have the Zoom on Cambodia, survey results, and methodology. Zoom on Cambodia is the section where we cover macro information and background data, basically, trying to give a more context to the project before getting started. Survey results is the section where we give access to each question and answers, as well as our analysis. And finally, methodology is the final section at the very bottom of the research, where you can see who were our respondents, how we found them, how it was conducted, how long it took, etc., etc. So first, let's remind you that this survey was conducted in February earlier this year, so February 2021, when the country was not having local lockdowns, but only international lockdown. So this is quite important to notice because sometimes, the international context or the local context can have a very big influence on the results of the surveys. So here, we don't think, after observing the results, that these external factors really impacted the results of the research. So now let's also study the methodology. So let's go down to the very bottom of the page together. Okay, let's scroll. Okay, so here we're trying to understand who was surveyed and how. As you can see, we gathered 506 respondents living in Cambodia in total, and 91% of them were living in Phnom Penh, the capital city, and all of them had to have interest or knowledge in esports and video games to answer our questions, which means that everyone else that actually mentioned that they don't have interest in this will not be surveyed in this research. So our goal here was not to understand how many people were interested in esports, but to study in particular the people who actually are. So we can also see that almost half, so 48.6% of the respondents were aged between 18 years old and 24 years old, and 34% were above 13 years old and below 18 years old. And the rest of them were above 25. As discussed earlier, we gathered our respondents via Facebook, Google advertising platforms on a period of 1 week. If you remember well, because that's at the very top of the page, we can see February 2021, 1 week. That's the duration of the survey, and as you can see, it's quite quick. Overall, it took the respondents an average of 2 minutes to complete the survey, as you can see here on that section. And now that we've covered all of that and that we understand better who we actually surveyed, let's go back to the results, so the survey results section. Here in the survey results, we divided our questions around 3 topics. So you can see gaming behavior and platforms, then consumption of gaming content, and finally perception of esports. So those 3 themes are very different. So we try to organize the questions that way so we can understand, several topics on the Cambodian scene. First, then the gaming behavior and platforms. In this first section, among other things, we learned that in terms of gaming platforms, the most commonly used platforms among gamers are the computer, by far, and the mobile phone. Very far from the other platforms such as PlayStation, Xbox, or Nintendo. So we also learned that most players do play multiplayer games, and have a higher preference for them as opposed to other types of gameplays, such as individual game or co-op campaigns. We also noticed that gamers and individuals interested in gaming were spending a lot of playing time per week, with more than 55% playing 10 hours a week or more, which is a high average compared to other countries worldwide. We also learned that even though a big part of users do not purchase games or in-game content every month, almost 70% declare spending some money to purchase video games, and almost 60% declare spending money in-game every month, which is the biggest part is between $1 and $20 per month. All these elements are very insightful. I mean, to us, it's super insightful because we can see so many different information about the average consumption, about the average time spent on the platforms, and it gives us, I would say, a very encouraging point of view on the Cambodian esports environment. So now let's head to the consumption of gaming content part. So in that part of the research, we learned also very interesting stuff. First, we all know that in developing markets in Southeast Asia, Facebook and Google platforms are huge and they're everywhere. And they're very close to having a full monopoly on digital platforms, right? However, when it comes to watching gaming content online, we were super impressed to see that Twitch, which is very popular among gamers and people watching videos of games, was almost getting 20% of the users in terms of video content platforms. Even though YouTube, of course, is still the main leader with 60% and Facebook is a bit over 20%, that's still quite good. It's even big compared to what we were expecting. We also learned that the respondents prefer watching competition gameplay over any other type of gaming video. And that when they do watch gaming videos, they prefer watching them live for 87.1%. So that's a lot of information, right? We understand a lot of different things. The platforms that people are using, the type of games they like watching, how and in what circumstances. In addition to all this very good data, we also noticed that respondents watch gaming content several times a week. So not only on weekends or in the evening, but like every single day, basically, they keep watching, and it shows that they're very active, right? And their main motivations to watch those are mainly, as you can see here, skill improvement for 45% and general entertainment around 40%. And last but not least, their favorite type of games when it comes to watching, so I'm not talking about playing, but watching, are first-person shooters, FPS, and multiplayer online battle arena, or MOBA, such as League of Legends and Dota 2. Finally, in the section about the perception of esports, so let's scroll a bit more. Okay, finally in that section we wanted to understand a bit more how the industry was perceived in Cambodia and since how long it was like this. So we actually discovered that the gamers and people interested in gaming were interested in that scene for a few years already, which is quite, I mean, it shows that it's not just a simple trend that just came out of nowhere. It's been deeply rooted, but also that individuals, when we were asking them if they consider esports and gaming as a real sports, they were putting it on the same level as football or volleyball. So that's really encouraging. We don't have the same results in more, I would say, traditional markets or Western markets. This is not the same. So this is very encouraging, and it shows that the esports scene is more than just a simple trend. We can also back this fact that with something else. It's that individuals have a strong feeling that this market will keep growing in Cambodia in the coming years. And also we wanted to understand in terms of events, because events now, especially with post-COVID societies, will actually have to be different and will have to cover different ways as they used to before, right? So we try to understand about esports events, and we try to ask individuals, again, who are interested in gaming and in esports, if they ever attended esports events in Cambodia. And it was very surprising because we expected differently, but almost 60%, which is a lot of people, did not attend any event. But when we asked them if they would attend, were they ready to actually go to an event if it existed and if they had a chance to, almost all of them, 95%, actually said they would. So this, to us, like as consultants, as market research company, seems to be a very clear opportunity for brands to advertise themselves towards this young and growing community by organizing events, by organizing activities around esports, because apparently a lot of people would attend, right? So it's actually quite interesting and very moving. And that's it. I mean, now we've been reviewing the full eSport report that we actually conducted earlier this year. As you can see, within a few minutes, and by asking the right questions to the right individuals, we managed to uncover very interesting information about key markets and key markets indicators. So not only these insights help us draw a landscape on the current situation, but it also helps us and all of us anticipate and predict the future trends and evolutions of that scene in Cambodia. So guys, for more reports, feel free to visit our website on the Insight Lab page, which is right here. Yes, you can see it now, where we gather all the reports which I discussed before, and feel free to subscribe by submitting your email so you will not miss any new report in your country. Thank you so much, and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Florian, for your presentation. That was really very interesting. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next part, we'll focus on the attention for the next video presentation, and this time it's about Prince Bank.
Hello everyone, I'm Kim Hain, Deputy Head of Retail from Prince Bank. Today I'm very pleased to walk you through about the retail banking product of Prince Bank. And before we start, I would like to walk you through on some background of our bank as well. Okay, briefly, Prince Bank have started as a Prince Finance PLC as a microfinance. We have started operation in 2015. So we have been converted to a commercial bank in 2018. Yeah. So as of now, we have 32 branches within the city and as well as within the province. So we have 9 locations in Phnom Penh, yeah, and the rest are in provinces. Our vision is to be the financial institution of choice for our for our target customers, and the mission is to help our customers succeed through professional services. We have 6 core values which derive from the word Prince, which is passionate, result-oriented, innovative, noble, collaborative, and entrepreneurial. Here is some of the milestones of Prince Bank. So we have started as a Prince Finance PLC with 5 branches, and then we convert into a commercial bank with 9 branches by open extra for 9 branches. Yeah. So we have up to now we have we have developed and provide many new services to our customer. So include the local transfer, include card system, include overseas payment service, also the PB lounge for our priority banking customer as well. So currently we also extend our ATM up to 24 machines, both inside and outside ATM as well. Yeah. Apart from that, we also extend our service by offering the special account number that the customer can choose their favorite number to be the account number, like birthday, like telephone number, something like this. Yeah. Also, we have some kind of new app, 2 new apps, which is a merchant and also the SME app as well, which we offer this to our corporate client to transact or monitor, manage on their account as well. We also developed the reward system, which offers some kind of reward to our customer who pay through our print pay service, QR pay. So they spend, they scan and then they get some other reward, and with the reward they can also use for the QR payment or the phone top-up. Also, we have developed some kind of loan management system to help our sale and also operation to fasten on the job as well. Apart from that, we also planning to launch the new union pay card as well by the end of this year. So now we are working on that. Okay, here is just some of the map to show the location of our Prince ATM as well. Okay, here is some of the the brief on the product and service that we have. Okay, for the deposit, we have current account, we have savings, we have a consumer term deposit, we have also a priority banking account as well, and also the payroll service to our corporate client. And related to loan, we have housing loan, we have personal loan, salary advance, and student loan to our students to have their school can move on in case they have some difficulty in funding or anything yet. Related to the service, we have local transfer, just like I mentioned earlier. And the local transfer customer can do through Bakong, Fast or Retail Pay. Yeah. And customer also can transfer within Prince Bank conveniently as well. Apart from that, customer can also do the overseas transfer. Yeah. And related to card, we also have the card attached with the CSS feature, which is the card system from the NBC. Yeah. And we also offer the Visa and MasterCard for both debit and credit as well. For the Union Pay, we will have soon by end of this year. Okay, here is just some of the summary of the product that we have. We have personal loan, housing loan, yeah, and the business loan is offered to our corporate client. Okay, so now I would like to walk you through on the key product that we are really focused right now. So first we have e-account. And for the e-account is the type of account that the customer can do the self-onboarding at any time, anywhere, very conveniently without need a full step to the branch. And customer can do open in two currency, either USD or KHR. Customer can open and transact without any waiting, so it's very convenient. And plus, we have used the latest technology to have customer identify, verify, to ensure that the customer is a real human being, and very fast and secure. Yeah, that's the main thing of the e-account. Mm-hmm. Okay, and the second one is the saving account. That this saving account we also offer in the two currency, USD or KHR. And the key feature is the saving account. We offer really high interest rate up to 1.75% per annum. So I can say that this interest rate is very high compared to our peer bank. Yeah, and customer can access to the account anywhere, anytime through the Print Mobile without need to worry at all about their fund or anything. So customer just have a Print Mobile, they can use transact the account at all time. Yeah. One more thing, customer can link their own account with the debit or virtual card very conveniently. Yeah, so that's the main point. So customer can who would like to use the online purchase or anything, then they can just create the virtual card through our Print Mobile and they can use it right away. The third one is about the term deposit. Yeah, for term deposit, customer can use in two currency as well, or open in two currency as well for USD and KHR. And we offer a really competitive interest rate, and customer can transact, either placement, top up, or redeem at any time, anywhere on the Print Mobile. So very convenient. And the last one, that customer can earn the interest either monthly or on maturity, so up to their choice. So that is the main thing that is very helpful to the customer. So customer don't need to wait until the maturity, then only they get the interest rate. Yeah. And yeah, so that's the key feature of the term deposit. Next one related to the Visa and MasterCard. So for Visa and MasterCard, we have both debit and credit. So each type for debit, we have a classic or standard and platinum. And for credit card, we also have the same classic, standard, or platinum as well. And apart from, the key feature of the card is not really different from other banks, but one thing I would like to raise here that for our credit card, in case that the customer would like to pay us installment amount without, normally for the credit, customer can pay either minimum amount or full amount only. Yes, that is the general feature that other bank offer. But for us, customer can request to do the installment payment instead of that minimum or full payment. So we offer up to installment for 1 year. So customer can request for that with a very low interest rate. So that is the one key thing that other bank don't have. So we have it. So that is really a good for the customer who have, some kind of difficulty in funding. They want the credit card. They spend the huge amount with the credit card, so they don't want to pay minimum or full, then they can request for that feature. Yeah. Okay, last but not least, I would like to just brief on some of the promotion that we have right now. Yeah, for the transfer, we have both to Bakong Wallet and to overseas. So we have a very competitive rate for overseas transfer, just 0.12% only for general customer, while our priority banking customer charge 0.10. Yeah. And we waive the fee for any transfer to Bakong Wallet. So yeah, customer can enjoy that until the end of this year. Okay. Related to the card, we offer the 1%, up to 1% cashback for our who use the MasterCard. Yeah, so that is customer really can enjoy their spending and get some cash rebate as well. And we also offer for all card type, both Visa and Master, we offer up to 50% discount on the movie ticket every day. Yeah, so customer can really enjoy us now that the cinema is start to operate again, so customer can enjoy on it. Also partner with the two merchants, Total Energy and the Wow Now. For Total Energy, customer can spend with the MasterCard and get the cash back up to 15% or $3 per bill. And the same to Wow Now, customer can get up to 30% or $3 per bill. Yeah. Okay, so it seems all from me. Thank you for your time and participation. Yeah. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince Bang, for the introduction of your services and promotions. Thanks for being part of the summit this year. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, now we have just concluded the half day of today's event. We have learned so much about the current insurance states in Cambodia and its digitalization update, the digital healthcare ecosystem, and affordable for everyone. Successful innovation, e-sport data, accuracy, and most of all, the homegrown award-winning Peth Yeoung Healthtech. Now, this year, World FinTech Festival in Cambodia is made possible in partnership with Singapore FinTech Festival and with the help and support of the following partners and sponsors. Alright, now we would like to thank everyone for joining in this morning, and we will resume back after lunch. Please stay tuned and come back at 1:15. Have a good lunch, everyone.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើត យើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Healthtech អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy có bông ở đây bàn tay online giờ này mới cầm tu tôi là hơi bằng tử tu tôi tầm em có nhớ nè tao phi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ ca sệt cho phi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard nó ai phở ban lấy cái là nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook hết nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết hồ Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility.
Cha ta lại bông. Cha bông cha em ta lại chặt cái bông. Chặt cái trên nhung cha lôi đã mẹ.
ករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបងបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eselida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eselida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eselida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Royal សមម៉ូតូសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលយមែនទេគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អូអត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែបានយកកាតមកឯងតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិតខាតតែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
ទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែន
ហ្នឹងហើយ
កំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់វិញ app វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download វិញ app ឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់សម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់ដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បានជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខកុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយគ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះអីទិញថៃមួយណាអូខេពៅកុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេជួបបែរអស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Precision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
Chương Mô Lý xong chương các vị thi PNT Bạch Ninh, bọn đầm miền sầm khănในครั้งไทยนั่นคือรูเวียนมาในขนมประเทศได้แบบหนึ่ง
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Healthtech អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấyកំពុងតែបានតាមអនឡាញចុះនេះក៏ទូទៅដល់ហើយមកទៅទូទៅតាមណាវិញនេះតាម Philippines Virtual Mastercard យើងគ្រាន់តែបញ្ចូលលេខកាតព័ត៌មានផ្សេងនិងលេខកូដ OTP ប៉ុណ្ណឹងជាការសេចចុះ Philippines Virtual Mastercard ហ្នឹងអាចប្រើបានលើខ្លះអូយើងអាចទិញតំណែងលើអនឡាញvới Facebook Page និងការកំសាន្តលើអនឡាញបានច្រើនទៀតហ៎Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចាតើឡើយបងចាំបងចេញតើឡើយចាំតិចទេបងចាំថ្ងៃចេញខ្ញុំផ្ញើលុយទៅឲ្យម៉ែ
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមានពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
Cruthnet អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រុសអ្នកការពារនិងព្រុសការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រុសអ្នកការពារនិងព្រុសការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រុសអ្នកការពារនិងព្រុសការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eselida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eselida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eselida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300 ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចបកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែបានយកកាត់មកឯងតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិតខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
ទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់វិញ app វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download វិញ app ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់សម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់ដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខកុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ តោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះ ហើយឃើញមុខខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមួយសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មួយសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ខ្ញុំម៉ូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធី2នាទីព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសយើងត្រូវបានលើក
អ
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Healthtech អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy nè. Cô bố ngồi tay bàn tao online nè. Giờ này mới cầm tu tôi đã hơi mong tới. Tu tôi tao nghe với nhở? Nè, tao Philippines Virtual Mastercard đó. Nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá, bỏ miệng xem xấy, nâng lấy code OTP, bên ấy chỉ ca xe. Chắc Philippines Virtual Mastercard đó, Apple ban lấy cái là nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi. Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Ta lại bông. Cha bông cái tranh ta lại chặt tiếng bông. Chặt cái tranh nhục cha lôi đã mẹ.
Trong បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិមិត្តក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
Curated អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eselida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eselida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eselida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
អ
ទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Royal សមត្ថសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ភ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឆឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចបកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់1000គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិតខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចតោះដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
កាប់ទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែន
ហ្នឹងហើយ
កំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទេហានណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់វិញ app វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download វិញ app ឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកំងអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកំងឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកំងអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់36,700មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខកណ្ដាលអីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្ដាប់ចិត្តស្ដាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់អស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Precision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
Yeoung សូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានការនៅក្នុងប្រទេសដែលបានលើក
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Healthtech អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy có bông ở đây bàn tao online giờ này mới cầm tu tôi đã hơi mỏng tới tu tôi tận em với những nhẹ tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị cho lấy cá form miệng xem giấy nên lấy code OTP bên ấy chỉ ca sẽ cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard ai phở ban lấy cái hả nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chạy ta lại bông. Cha bông chạy ta lại chẳng tính bông. Chọc kẻ trên nhục kẻ lời đã mẹ.
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិមិត្តក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
Cruel អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eselida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាកុងទាំងអស់ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eselida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eselida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្ដល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្ដល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300 ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនទេគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart B ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart B ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិតខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចគួរអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារលើស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកំងឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកំងឥឡូវនេះទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលគាត់នេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរ
អត់ចាំលេខកណ្ដាលដីផងណា
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះចាស្ដាប់ចិត្តស្ដាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខអង្គធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយគ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទៅជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះអីទិញថៃមួយណាអូខេបើកុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
Yeoung សូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសមានប្រព័ន្ធភ្លើង
អ
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Healthtech អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
Này cũng thấy nè. Cô bố ngồi tay bàn tay online nè. Giờ này mới cầm tu tôi đã hơi mong tới. Tu tôi tầm em với nhỉ? Nè, tao Philippines với sửa Mastercard. Nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá, bao miệng xem xấy nên lấy code OTP, cho nên chỉ ca sẽ. Cho Philippines với sửa Mastercard á, Apple ban lấy cái là hử? Nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi. Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Ta lại bông. Cha bông cái tranh ta lại chặt cái bông. Chặt cái tranh nhập cha lôi đã mẹ.
Trong បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
Curated អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eselida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eselida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eselida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Royal សមមតលសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនទេគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិតខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចតោះដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
គ្រូអាជីវកម្មមែន
ហ្នឹងហើយ
កំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារលេខស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់មក$50,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំឥឡូវនេះទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, precision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
Chiều Lý sông chun các vị thi PNT ព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសដែលត្រូវបានលើក
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដែលបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Healthtech អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy có bao người ta bàn tay online cho nên mới cầm tu tôi là hơi bằng tử tu tôi tạm nghe với nhỉ tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ can sẽ cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái nào nhưng ai tên từ này lừa online với Facebook page nên cái công sản lừa online ban chọn tiết đâu Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility.
Chàng ta lại bông. Chàng bông chạy chàng ta lại chàng tính bông. Chàng kẻ chàng nhập chàng lôi đã mẹ.
Trong báo cả rần này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philip mình sẽ vào cam báo cả này đó tí gần lại. Đời kron tiếp chọcជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណ really ខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតការនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី Poll
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eselida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eselida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eselida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Royal សមមតូសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្ដល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្ដល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300 ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនទេគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart B ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart B ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែបានយកកាត់មកឯងតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិតខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
ទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់មក$50,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញពីនឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនឹងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បាន ទីណាក៏បាន ងាយស្រួល សុវត្ថិភាព និងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្ដាប់ចុះស្ដាប់រឿងទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាឲ្យវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
តោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដកទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមានមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះ ហើយឃើញមកខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមួយសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹង cover ពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មួយសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាវលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសយើងបានអត់លើ
អ
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបាន
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's now begin the afternoon section of this year CamTech Summit powered by Prudential. As part of World FinTech Festival in Cambodia, this is made possible in partnership with Singapore FinTech Festival. Today's event is made possible with all the help and support from the following organizers: the National Bank of Cambodia, Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology, the Association of Banks in Cambodia, and Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. Thank you very much to our silver sponsor, Khmer Enterprise, Inspire, Connect, Transform, AMK, Finance at your doorstep, Philip Bank, a member of Philip Capital Group, Singapore, Prince Bank, we try harder for you, and Visa, everywhere you want to be. Thanks also to our brand sponsor, Esilida Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank for the people, Curated Bureau Cambodia CBC, e-money, easy and safe, Chetras Royal Bank, simply better service, PPC Bank, easy banking, TrueMoney, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia, and Wing, the bank for every Cambodian. Also, thank you very much to our media partner for this event, Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh New, Khmer Time, your opinion matters, and Kia New Wire. We tell your story to the world. Last but not least, Sabai Happiness live here. And finally, we would like to also acknowledge our content partners, Bakong, the next generation mobile payment and banking, DQD, we deliver, we distinguish, we drive ahead, we are the Diversitas, iPay88 and WSource. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, before we jump to the topic for the presentation and panel discussion, let's watch the following videos to know more about WFF and PP FinTechs. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this afternoon presentation. Now, CamDX stands for Cambodia Data Exchange, which adopt the model of X-Road of Estonia. CamDX is a unified yet decentralized data exchange layer between information systems that offer a standardized and secure way to provide and consume services. CamDX ensures confidentiality, integrity, and interoperability between a multitude of different data exchange parties. Now, our next distinguished guest speaker is the Master Student of Science Program in Development Study in Lund University. He will help us know more about CamDX. Let us all welcome the Innovation Program Manager of the Joe Startup Center, Mr. Marina Paul.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marina Paul, and thank you for giving me the floor. I am Innovation Program Manager at the Joe Startup Center, and today I have the honor to present to you all about Cambodia Data Exchange, or in short, called CamDX. What I'll be talking to you all about today will be divided into 4 different sections. One, I'll be telling you all about where I work, what we are doing specifically. And then 2, a little bit about context, our challenges that we have and our aim. And then 3, CamDX, what is it? What problems does it solve? Its benefits. And 4, I will, give a summarized conclusion and our plan forward on our end. Yes, the Joe Startup Center is a center or an innovation arm under the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Cambodia. And as its name, we work to help startups through different platforms, trainings, and programs. And one of our TORs is to build innovative platform as a lever for digital economy development and accelerate startups in Cambodia. And one example of that innovative platform is the CamDX platform. In later slides, I'll be showing you about how CamDX has helped to accelerate startups in Cambodia. Yes, context. Now, I would like to bring your attention to the business registration procedure that happened in Cambodia before June 15, 2020. Say, for example, if I am a businesswoman and I would like to open a hotel business in Cambodia, I would like to have that hotel business registered, then I would have to go to the Ministry of Commerce. I file my application, I get approved, then I go to the tax department or the General Department of Taxation, file my application, get approved, then go to the Ministry of Labor, file my application, get approved. Then in the case that I want to open a hotel business, I would be required to apply for a specialized license at the Ministry of Tourism. So this procedure is separate from one another and one ministry by one ministry. Now, here are some of the problems that you can see on the surface for businesses. One, the procedure is quite complicated in a way that the registration takes place at multiple ministries. It's not 1, not 2, but more than that. Second, it follows different procedures at different ministries. Some ministries can have offline procedure, and some ministries can have semi-online procedure. The third problem is in terms of time. It could take months to complete a business registration. 4, the cost can be high because if I don't want to spend my time on understanding the whole registration process because it is too complicated, then I could decide to hire an agent to do the job for me. And in such a sense, I would have to pay an agent to do it for me. Last but not very least, there's no central support mechanism. If I have questions, then I would have to go or contact each ministry separately. If I get lucky, then I get my questions answered. If not, and especially when I'm not sure whether my question falls under which ministry authority, then I may have to get pushed from one ministry to another without having my question really answered. So these are some of the challenges for business. But these are not the only problem. Now, if you look deeper into the issue, there are also problems for reviewers and for ministries. For reviewers who are also government officials, they have to review physical documents that are at risk of damage or loss. It can take time for review since the physical documents have to be passed through different persons from one office to another office. The review has to be repeated over and over again when registered at a different ministry. So say, for example, if I had my ID card already reviewed at the Ministry of Commerce, when I go to the tax department, they have to review everything over again. So this whole process is quite challenging for the reviewers. For ministries or for government institutions, there are also challenges. One, they may have inconsistent business level and individual level data. And this is very important, especially this can affect policy making. In order to have effective and efficient policy making, policymakers require to have data that reflects the reality of a country. So it is very important for government institutions to have the same data, to have consistent data. Second, the IT systems of different ministries or within the same ministries are fragmented. They are not able to talk to each other, or they're not able to exchange data with each other easily. Last but not very least, there is no real-time monitoring tool. Especially in the case that the process is offline. If a ministry requires to have offline applications, then there is no systems to monitor the number of applications, to monitor different trends in the applications. So these are some of the challenges for different actors. Of course, business registration is not the only service that face these challenges. There are many other services that struggles with similar challenges because government institutions often need data from one another. But sometimes, even with IT systems, because the IT systems are fragmented, they don't talk to each other and they are not able to exchange data with each other easily. So it is very hard for one government institution to get data from another government institution. In terms of time, it takes time for data to be exchanged. In terms of security, how can we make sure that the data exchange is secure? So these are some of the factors that we need to weigh out. So born out of all of these problems, Cambodia thinks that what we need is an infrastructure that allows 5 main things. One is interoperability mechanism that allows for data to be exchanged from one IT system to another IT system easily and securely, of course. Second, one's only principle that ensures the citizens and institutions to provide certain information only once rather than multiple times. Third, data consistency. We need government institutions to have consistent data. 4, faster processing. And 5, lower cost. So with this, we came up with CamDX, or Cambodia Data Exchange Platform. So what is CamDX? I think if I am to explain to you in short and in simpler terms, CamDX is a unified data exchange layer that that creates road for data to go through from one information technology system to another information technology system. It has three main components, including infrastructure, technology, and legal framework. It has secure data sharing and exchange and secure real-time integration. Has modern API gateway, enables service interoperability, empower multilateral communication, and it is secure by design. On the legal framework side, it is backed by the Royal Government of Cambodia. The CamDX sub-decree has just been signed on the August 24, 2021. And then there will be more legal framework to come right after that in the near future. So now I think you get a sense already, but in a theoretical sense of what CamDX is, but how does it look like in practical sense? So now let me go back to the business registration. Now the business registration takes place in one online application only, and it takes place on the single portal. If you see the graphic over here on the right hand side, the circle and the lines, the arrows over here shows the road that CamDX creates for data to go through from one information technology system to another. Here is the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Labor, Tax Department information system. Here is the single portal. What it means with the single portal is that now if I want to register my business, I don't have to go physically to multiple ministries anymore. I only need to go to the single portal online. I log in the single portal, and then I file an online application, just one online application. I click submit, then my information, my data that I enter in the online application will be transferred to different ministries for review. So with that, I only file one application and I can register my business with 3 ministries at the same time: the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Labor, and the Tax Department. So say, for example, I submit my application over here, then my data will go to the Ministry of Commerce, will go to Ministry of Labor, and go to Tax Department. When Ministry of Commerce approves the application, then it will send signal to the Tax Department that MOC already approved the application. Then the Tax Department knows that now, okay, MOC approves the application already. It's time for me to review the application and to respond to the application. Once approved, then it will send information to the Ministry of Labor and so on and so forth. So this is how it works on the backside or on the backstage. So what can we solve by using CamDX? Now, there are a couple things. One, CamDX connects fragmented systems into an ecosystem. Now, information technology system doesn't work separately anymore. It works as an ecosystem and it connects to one another. Second, it identifies legal entity based on single ID. So before, during the old business registration process, when I go and register my business at the Commerce Ministry, then I get one ID. At the Tax Department, I get another ID. But now within the single portal, when I register my business, I only get one single ID that works with 3 different ministries. Third, it is secure when exchange data. Data is encrypted and it is time-stamped. It is also important to know that CamDX doesn't store data. And we make sure that there's no third party that can know the content of the data that is being exchanged. Last but not very least, it has monitoring tool and report about the data exchange. And for transparency, we also publicize all CamDX transactions in numbers for the public to see as well, which you can access at monitoring.camdx.gov.kh. I will list that on a later slide. So here are some important numbers. As you can see over here, since June 15th, 2020 to November 3rd, 2021, there are about 9,000-ish business registered on the single portal. And in terms of the number of transactions on CamDX, the average daily number of transactions is around 13,000 transactions. The number of APIs that we have as of November 3rd, 2021 is 213 APIs. Here is a bit of graphic to show you how the online business registration works. So this part, the first half of this graphic is called the phase 1 of the online business registration. This part, the second half of the graphic, is called the second phase of online business registration. The first phase was launched on 15th June 2020, and then the second phase was just recently launched on the 1st of September 2021. So the difference here is that the first phase focuses on mostly all businesses. Then the second phase focuses on businesses that are required to have specialized license. So, for example, if I want to open a hotel business, then I go to the single portal, I log in with CamDX key, I file an online application, I pay online, and then the data that I enter in my application will be transferred to relevant institutions. Once I get approved by all ministries on the phase 1, then I go to phase 2, the tourism licensing portal. It's a different portal. Then you go there, you log in using CamDX key mobile application again, fill in information, pay online, and stuff like that. But it's also important to note that since data from phase 1 and phase 2 are exchanged on CamDX, this also means that once I enter my single ID, my company single ID on the tourism licensing portal, all the information that I have on my phase 1 application will be popped up automatically on the tourism licensing portal. So with this, I cannot edit or update any of my company information because actually this information has already been approved by these ministries already. So if I would like to update any of my company information, then I would have to go and ask for an update with these ministries first. Then I go to the tourism licensing portal and apply for the specialized license. So in such a sense, there are two benefits over here. One, I don't have to, write down information of my application or fill in my application once again with the same information with the phase 1 application. I don't have to type many things or many data once again. Second, because I cannot edit information based on what I want anytime I want, then it also makes sure that these ministries and these ministries get the same data. So this is very important. Now, I think I've explained a lot about how CamDX has benefited the government, it has benefited businesses. But now, how does CamDX benefit private sector, especially startups or financial institutions, which I think there may be a lot of audiences from the bank industries and from startups. Now, there are two things that I would like to bring up. One is for private sector to enjoy more efficient public services. Of course, I'd also like to highlight that the business registration is not the only service that runs on CamDX. There are online business registration, phase 1, phase 2, validation application on guarantee and invitation, which is for travelers who would like to travel to Cambodia during the COVID-19 period. And in the near future, we are expanding into other services as well. But for now, I think what the service that is relevant to especially startups, I think it's time for startups to get themselves registered using the online business registration portals. And of course, I think you may know already, getting yourself registered is very important, especially in expanding yourself in, getting loans, in seeking for partnerships. So yes, take this opportunity. The cost has been reduced by 40% on the first phase of the online business registration. It is more convenient now because it has central support mechanism. You can just call in, you can just email, or you can just chat to us on Facebook. All of this you can get. I will link you to the website on a later slide on how to access to the online business registration platform. Now, the second thing, which is also very important, I think private sector can also benefit from CamDX by co-innovating using CamDX. I think it's time for private sector to come up with innovative digital solution that observes the benefits of the interoperability framework of the data exchange platform. Now, let me tell you how. There are some case studies of co-innovation, especially in Estonia, where they use X-Road, and of course, CamDX has been inspired by X-Road, by Estonia's X-Road. Now, they use X-Road in different sectors, some in health sector, in education sector, transportation, and so on and so forth. Within the health sectors, they use X-Road in the e-health records and e-prescription. E-health records means that, say, for example, I used to go to hospital A, but then I moved my address to a different province, and then I have to go to hospital B instead. So when I go to hospital B, I don't have to, carry any physical document. I don't have to tell my doctor about my previous medical history, because doctors at hospital B can access to the e-health records, which is linked with the IT system of other medical or healthcare providers across the country, and they can access and see my medical history. So this is very important for doctors. In the sense of public health, this is also very important for health ministry, where they can track data on health trends, they can track data on epidemic, and stuff like that. In the case of e-prescription, doctors can prescribe medicines to me as a patient online. What I need to do is just go to a local pharmacy and then give them my ID card, and they can check my online prescription on the e-prescription platform. So this is very convenient for me as a patient because I don't have to carry a physical prescription along with me, because that that can be at risk of damage or loss, and especially when I need to carry that to my doctor next time. Say in the case that I move my house to somewhere, that can be a problem because that can be at risk of loss or damage. So yes, they also use X-Road in e-school, in M-parking, which you can check in the e-Estonia website more. So what I want you to take away from this presentation would be knowing a bit about what CamDX is, and the benefits it provides for different actors, including the government, private sector, and the people. And last but not very least, it is very important. This is very important key, I think, for private sector who are, which I think is the main audience in this event, is for private sector, CamDX can be a door to further innovation. So I think you should take this opportunity to co-innovate using CamDX, provide innovative digital solution for the public, to solve existing solutions or new solutions that have just born out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, don't forget CamDX. It's a data exchange layer that basically create roads for data to go from one IT system to another IT system. Its aim is to eliminate repetitiveness of data entry, to improve data consistency, and to enhance digitalization of public services as a whole. Our plan forward, I think I have to tell you that we're not fully ready in terms of accepting collaboration with private sector, but I think this is the opportunity for us to publicize about CamDX and what we are aiming in the near future. And as we are getting ready to, I think you should also getting yourselves ready in terms of brainstorming the solution that you would like to use CamDX in your solution. And then contact us. Whether or not we are ready, I think we are very open to talking with you about how we can work together for a better Cambodia and, of course, a better world. In whether it's small impact or big impact, I think we are working toward that. And CamDX is also planning to expand into other services, especially public services, very soon. Yes, now I think what you need right now is my contact to contact me if you would like to ask more about CamDX, or how your company or your startup can co-innovate using CamDX. Please feel free to contact me anytime. You can scan the QR code on the slide. There are also resources that I listed on this slide. If you can see, the first website is the CamDX website. The second website is the website of all the services that runs on CamDX, mainly the online business registration and the validation application on guarantee and invitation system. The third link is the monitoring tool that I explained to you earlier. It's a publicly accessed website about all CamDX transactions and numbers. The fourth link is the link to the Digital Step Center, and then the fifth link is to the Ministry of Economy and Finance. So I hope you get something out of this presentation, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Feel free to hit me up if you would like more information about CamDX, or you would like to collaborate with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Marina, for your presentation of CamDX. And and thank you very much for being part of the CamTech Summit 2021 powered by Prudential. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our next presentation, and this one will be presenting so that it's bringing the skill gap between people to succeed in the age of digital transformation. Our next speaker is a seasoned senior executive with a board technologies with over 30 years of experience in wide range of industry including finance, insurance, health, transportation, and education. He is widely recognized as top IT leader and an AI pointer. He is here with us to share today and talk more about upskilling and reskilling. Let us all welcome Mr. Andy Chun, Regional Director, Technology Innovation of Prudential Corp Asia.
Good morning. I am Andy Chun, Regional Director, Technology Innovation at Prudential Corp Asia. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology for organizing the CamTech Summit and inviting me to speak. It's really my pleasure to be here. Today, I'd like to share some thoughts on the skill gaps faced by companies in this age of digital transformation, also known as the fourth industrial revolution. We are at a unique time where many new technologies are maturing and coming together at the same time, including technologies like cloud computing, big data, AI, machine learning, as well as augmented reality, IoT devices, smart sensors, 3D printing, and most importantly, increased mobility and connectivity. Collectively, they enable new digital capabilities never seen before. You can see the effects of the fourth industrial revolution in Cambodia's rapidly growing digital economy. Cambodia has one of the youngest demographics in the world, with a population close to 17 million, with over half under the age of 25. It is one of the highest mobile penetration rates in the world at 124%, and over 20 million mobile connections. Roughly half of that are smartphones. Data rates are also one of the cheapest in the region, with 4G coverage at 80% of the population. Cambodians are also spending online with over 5 million e-wallet accounts in 2019 and growing rapidly. This opens up many new opportunities, and digital transformation is top priority for many businesses here, and hence a skills shortage. We often characterize digital transformation with what we call the 3Ds. It starts with digitization, turning information into digital form and organizing them for easy access in data storages. The next stage is digitalization. Once you have data, you can automate processes, for example, using RPA, as well as streamline processes using AI. For insurers, this may be automated underwriting, automated claims processing. The fruits of all this work is really the final stage of digital transformation, where you leverage AI to transform how a company interacts with its customers and transform the products and services it offers, as well as empowering its people to new ways of working. This is very powerful and transformational. And an analogy people often use is how a caterpillar transforms itself into a butterfly. However, you will need new skill sets to make this work, particular skill sets in data, AI, and machine learning. Besides availability of new technologies, the pandemic has also hastened the urgency for digital transformation. Let me show you a funny viral meme that you probably saw already. The question is, who led the digital transformation of your company? Is it the CEO? No. The CTO? No. It's the COVID-19. But it's true, with COVID-19, there is an increased use of digital among consumers. Many companies that were, brick and mortar have already disappeared. So the urgency for digital transformation is real, and hence a sudden shortage of skill sets in this area. However, the benefits of digital transformations are immense and can span throughout an organization. With systems of intelligence created with data and AI, companies will be able to engage their customers better through hyper-personalization, as well as streamline customer experience through automated processes. Digital transformation and AI also empowers their employees with data and insights on customers and markets. Operation will be optimized and streamlined. But most importantly, digital transformation allows companies, businesses to create new products and services in ways not possible before, as well as doing it faster, better, and cheaper. But the biggest challenge companies face in digital transformation is how to stay close to your customers despite being digital. The ability to offer great digital customer experience is crucial. Studies have shown large percentage of consumers' purchase decision is based on customer experience. In fact, customers are willing to pay more for better customer experience. So great customer experience is only possible if businesses can collect enough data about their customers and use data analytics and AI to predict their demographics, their interests, their goals, what they could afford, and what life stage they are in, etc. You need data so that we can personalize and give each customer a unique online experience, as well as appropriate content and product or service recommendations. Data AI allows us to humanize the digital experience and treat each digital customer as diverse individual, unique individuals that they are. However, traditional insurers do not have a lot of data on customer behavior. We do have plenty of data on policies and claims, but those are transactional. What we really need are active and dynamic customer data streams to truly understand customers' changing interests, behaviors, their health, financial goals, demographics, life stage changes, etc. So what we did is we created our own digital ecosystem platform so that we can get to know our customers better, as well help them become healthier and wealthier and get most out of life. Our ecosystem is called Pulse by Prudential. It is an all-in-one AI app. It has lots of features, including AI fitness, wellness, dieting, AI doctor for symptom checking, and financial advice. It also has virtual teleconsultation with human doctors and financial consultants. The app was launched roughly 2 years ago and has been quite popular. It's been downloaded over 30 million times in over 17 countries and available in 11 languages. We can understand digital transformation skills gap better by looking at a typical digital customer journey that starts with awareness to consideration, purchase, and service, and finally advocacy. Throughout the customer journey, we need all sorts of new skills. For example, in awareness, we need skills in social media and performance marketing to find the right customer and lead them to your digital platform. We also need people skilled in data, AI, machine learning to collect customer data and turn them into insights. In the consideration stage, personalization is most important. We need a range of skills, such as data engineers, data scientists, AI machine learning engineers, so that we can personalize content and show the most appropriate product and services to your customers. We also need people skilled in chatbots to develop chatbots to answer questions on products and service offerings. Purchase stage is where we need to streamline and make the experience totally seamless and super fast. For insurance, this may mean automated underwriting, dynamic personalized pricing, as well as AI upselling, cross-selling, and of course RPA to automate the processes behind the scenes. And after sales service, you need people, again, skilled in chatbots to answer questions. For insurers, we may need automated claim processing and fraud detection. Finally, to drive advocacy, you need hyper-personalized content delivery and engagement. So at Prudential, in order to bridge the digital skills gap, what we did is that, besides trying to recruit top talent, we also created a strong internal continuous learning culture and give everyone opportunities to learn a range of new digital skills through workshops, boot camps, and certifications. We also created a continuous innovation culture to make use of the learning through user-centric hackathons and design thinking sessions, which we call hot houses. The learning and innovation culture are not just for people working in technology, but literally for everyone in the company. So the entire company will have a digital-first and AI-first mindset for new ways of working. We have been quite successful at internal training. For example, over a period of just 1 year, we increased the number of AI experts or AI gurus by 10 times. In addition, in line with our philosophy of leaving no one behind, over 10,000 people have gone through introductory AI awareness training. In some countries, we even provide AI training to kids of our colleagues. In fact, our passion for learning spreads outside the company. For example, in Cambodia, our Prudential colleagues have been offering AI boot camps to students in local universities. It is our way of giving back to communities where we work. The boot camp is a hackathon where we teach basic AI techniques and allow students to go from zero to a simple workable AI application. The first was held last month and the response has been very good. Now, I just want to end with this quote. Learning and innovation go hand in hand. In order to continue to innovate, you really need an internal learning strategy because technologies will continue to evolve and customer needs and behavior will continue to change. So my advice is in filling the skills gap is not only focused on recruitment, but also in internal learning. Hope you enjoy my talk and thank you for joining. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andy, for your wonderful presentation. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, our digital audience, let's move to a next presentation. This will be very, very interesting to hear now from the younger perspective on, robots and AI and stuff like that. There was this group of students who launched a CubeSat satellite, and they shared their dreams with my time reporter, Mao Chandra, to become robotic engineering and software developer while encouraging students to study STEM subject in order to help develop the kingdom in the near future. They have successfully launched a satellite of 50 kilometers above the Earth. Now joining us are the E2 STEM, the students and faculty who will tell us more about their project Cosmos.
Greetings everyone. Today, I would like to give you guys a presentation about CubeSat prototype. Our CubeSat prototype name is Cosmo, and Cosmo completed a mission called Advanced Weather Station. Cosmo was built by 8 high school students from E2 STEM education. 8 of us are representing Cambodia in a competition called First Global Challenge. Even though 8 of us are from different backgrounds, we have different personalities. We also come from different part of Cambodia. Some of us was from Phnom Penh, some of us was from a province. But still, we managed to work together and complete this project. Our supporter throughout this project is our mentors who guide us through this project, our school who help us a lot, and also First Global Challenge who give us a chance to explore this project.
The CubeSat prototype is a prototype of a real CubeSat that will be launched into the lower layer of Earth. The CubeSat prototype is different from real CubeSat in that it has less sensor for capturing data in space than real CubeSat. The CubeSat prototype is launched by a weather balloon, while the real CubeSat is launched by a rocket. The CubeSat prototype is designed in many ways to accomplish different missions, and we designed our own CubeSat prototype to complete the mission that we set, which is Advanced Weather Station. A normal weather station receives data like temperature, pressure, humidity, while an advanced weather station receives data more than that, which means we also receive data of UV light and air quality. And also in Cambodia, a lot of people notice this type of data. That is why we hope to spread awareness and help Cambodians understand about it.
And here is our CubeSat component. We use Arduino MK1000, and we use this like the brand of our CubeSat. And we use Arduino MK all-in visual. It is capable to reading temperature, humidity, light, and pressure. And next we use the globe laser PM 2.5 sensor, which is used for continuous and real-time detection of dust in the air. And we use a digital UV index sensor, which is able to provide an accurate measurement of the UVI from the sunlight.
and we use BMP 118 for the collect the real attitude of our CubeSat.
I'm going to talk about the process of our project. The first steps of this project is to set our mission. And just like we mentioned above, our mission is Advanced Weather Station. The second step is to build the circuits and code the sensors. For the second step, we met a lot of technical problems. And thanks a lot to our mentors for helping us with the technical problem. The third step is ground testings. After finishing the circuit and code the sensor, to make sure that the sensor works and there is no more error, we did a ground testings. Step number 4 is preparations for lunch. While preparing for lunch, we prepare a few material for lunch like parachutes, radar reflectors, and other stuff, and plan things out truly from the day before we went to the launch set until the CubeSat was landings. And the last steps is to launch the CubeSat and recover it. Right now, I'm going to show you how our CubeSat prototype works by showing you this demo video that we record while doing a ground testing. After finishing coding the sensor, we plug in the battery to make sure the sensor works, and then when the sensor receives the data will send to an SD card. And when we launch it, the sensors in the CubeSat prototypes will catch the data and save it in the SD cards. And when we recover it, the first thing we need to do is take out the SD cards, plug it in our computer to get the data. The next thing we're going to present about is our launch journey.
Before we launch, we use a simulation to estimate where the balloon will explode and where our CubeSat prototype will land. At first, we want to launch it in Phnom Penh, but if we launch it in Phnom Penh, it will be land on the Aral mountain, which means that it is hard for us to recover our CubeSat prototype. However, if we launch it in Vuong Khmom province, it will be land in Kampong Cham, and it is more easy for us to recover it, because on the way back to Phnom Penh, we travel across Kampong Cham.
On the highest top, we inflate the weather balloon that we get from First Global CubeSat kit. Then, under the weather balloon, we got the parachutes that we use the fabric that we cut from an umbrella. Then, under the parachutes, we got the radar reflector that we use the aluminum foil with the cardboard to make it. And the most important part is the payload, which is a foam box that includes the CubeSat and attached with the camera and GPS tracker that our school provides to us. Just like we mentioned in the last slide, our launch site in the Vuong Khmom province. On 24 September 2021, we went to Vuong Khmom province to launch our CubeSat prototype. But unfortunately, we failed due to the loss of helium gas. We went back to the Phnom Penh and reflect our mistake, and also on 25 we meet our principal and discuss about where can we buy more helium gas and about the fund or the money that we used to buy it. We bought gas helium and plan our second launch day on 26. On 26, we successfully launched our CubeSat prototype.
Right now, we're going to show you our launch video.
Yeah! Easy.
The CubeSat prototype landed at Sai Santo District, Kampong Cham Province.
At the time, we GPS signal there, and it was picked up by the villagers. First, they thought it was a boom, so they didn't dare to pick it up. But fortunately, they saw a contact paper that we put under the chipset, and they saw a phone number, and they contact us back. We are really happy that they contact us. We successfully received data from 12 kilometers from Earth, and our camera captured the edge of Earth.
អត់ភ្លឺឡើងខូចមែនពូអត់បើលេងណាអត់ចូលអូនេះក៏មានគាត់កាត់ឆ្នោតក៏យើងទៅរកព្រៃនឹងណាទេយើងអត់ដឹងផ្លូវអត់ដឹងអីផ្សេងយើងចាំទៅអូអារឿងនេះបើខ្ញុំសរសេរវិញលយយើងមករឿងហើយជួយចាប់អត់តែរឿងគាត់គួរ inspiration មែនតើយើងពួកយើង inspiration ខាងគាត់ទៅរកថ្នោតជួបរបស់យើងសរសេររឿងខ្លីចាលោកគ្រូខ្ញុំបានថតវីដេអូពេលគាត់និយាយបាទបាទយាយលេងញ័រហ្នឹងគ្រូ unboxing កាមេរ៉ា unboxing កាមេរ៉ា unboxing នេះលេងដាក់លេងបកស្កតតិចអើអូអេបុកពូអេមុនដំបូងយើងចូលនេះមើលសិនទៅពូទៀតអីបាទអត់ថ្មទេក្រៅទៀតអត់អីអត់ខូចទេអត់ថ្មវ៉ាវអត់អស់253សេចេះណាស់មិនអូខេទៀតពូអត់អីសៀងមើលខោបងស្ដីHere we go បងមិនរៀនបងមករៀនគិសនីចឹងមិនគាត់ដឹងហ្នឹងឃើញកុំព្យូទ័រគាត់ដែរតែឃើញđi chạy không? Dạ em. Lẽ nó thịt tộc. Sao này? Nó khổ đám trắng bán, nó khổ đám trắng bán. Anh cũng xin nãy một kể. Mùi trăm thịt. Dear Transformer, now we can capture the egg of space.
We're going to talk about our future plan.
Before we get into our future plan, I would like to talk about how we start this amazing journey. At first, we received the kit from the first global challenge, and then we start research and study the CubeSat prototype and the component that we got. Then we set our mission and start to build our own CubeSat prototype. And after that, we test the CubeSat prototype in our school, and there is some error with our prototype, but we continue fixing it until it works well. Then after that, we start preparing the material for launching. After we prepare all the material, we travel to the land location. But as we mentioned above, we actually go to the land site 2 times, and the first time we failed and the second time we success. And also we recover the CubeSat prototype to get the data as well the beautiful picture you see.
Our team future plan is that we want to research more and develop these projects further. We hope that our projects inspires other Cambodian students to in love with STEMs and believe that there is nothing impossible as long as we all give it a try. We also hope that in the future we can build a real CubeSat that works as a satellite for Cambodia. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation.
Oh my God, thank you very much. It was a video presentation, but you have no idea that we in the studio was actually screaming when you see the pictures in your computer. Thank you very much. That was actually very, very inspirational. I will make sure my son follow that footstep. For now, he's still learning how to walk. All right, now ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our next part before we jump into our next topic of discussion. For now, let's watch a video presentation from TrueMoney.
TrueMoney គឺជាក្រុមហ៊ុនបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុអន្តរជាតិឈានមុខគេនិងជាផ្នែកមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុន Ascent Money ដែលជាក្រុមហ៊ុនផ្ដល់សេវាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ Digital បុត្រសម្ព័ន្ធរបស់ក្រុមហ៊ុន Charan Pokpen Group និងក្រុមហ៊ុន Ant Financial Alibaba ដែលជាក្រុមហ៊ុនពីរធំជាងគេបំផុតនៅតំបន់អាស៊ី TrueMoney Group គឺជា platform ហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដ៏ពេញនិយមបំផុតមួយនៅអាស៊ីអាគ្នេយ៍នាពេលបច្ចុប្បន្ន TrueMoney បានពង្រីកវត្តមានក្នុងទីផ្សាររបស់ខ្លួនពីមួយប្រទេសទៅជា6ប្រទេសក្នុងរយៈពេលដ៏ខ្លីបំផុត បច្ចុប្បន្ន TrueMoney មានប្រតិបត្តិការយ៉ាងរឹងមាំនៅក្នុងប្រទេសថៃ កម្ពុជា មីយ៉ាន់ម៉ា ឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ី វៀតណាម និងហ្វីលីពីន បច្ចុប្បន្ន TrueMoney មានបណ្ដាញភ្នាក់ងារធំជាងគេបង្អស់នៅក្នុងតំបន់អាស៊ីអាគ្នេយ៍ដែលមាន 65,000 ភ្នាក់ងារនិងមានបរិមាណទូទាត់សាច់ប្រាក់ច្រើនជាងគេបង្អស់ពោលគឺចំនួន $8,000 អាមេរិកក្នុងឆ្នាំ 2019 លើសពីនេះកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ TrueMoney Wallet ឈរនៅលំដាប់ទី1នៃកម្មវិធី e-wallet ទាំងអស់នៅក្នុងប្រទេសថៃ ចាប់តាំងពីចាប់ផ្ដើមប្រតិបត្តិការក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាក្នុងឆ្នាំ 2016 មកក្រុមហ៊ុន TrueMoney បានបង្កើតបណ្ដាញភ្នាក់ងារបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុធំបំផុតក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាដែលមានរហូតដល់ជាង 10,000 ភ្នាក់ងារដែលរងចាំផ្ដល់សេវាទាក់ទងនឹងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុនៅគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងទាំងអស់នៅកម្ពុជាដែលមិនទាន់មានសេវាធនាគារសេវាកម្មទាំងនោះមានដូចជាផ្ទេរប្រាក់ក្នុងស្រុកដកប្រាក់ទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅប្រទេសដាក់ប្រាក់ចូល wallet ឬទៅកាន់ធនាគារដៃគូបង់កម្ចីបង់ទឹកភ្លើងបង់វិក័យប័ត្រនិងបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទ TrueMoney Wallet គឺជាកាបូបលុយ Digital ដែលលោកអ្នកងាយស្រួលក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងទឹកប្រាក់និងការទូទាត់សាច់ប្រាក់តាមទូរស័ព្ទដៃបានរហ័សនិងមានសុវត្ថិភាពលោកអ្នកនឹងរីករាយជាមួយនឹងសេវាកម្មដ៏សម្បូរបែបដូចជាផ្ទេរប្រាក់ទៅកាន់ Wallet ឬទៅកាន់ធនាគារដៃគូផ្ទេរប្រាក់ទៅកាន់លេខទូរស័ព្ទដើម្បីឲ្យក្រុមគ្រួសារឬមិត្តភ័ក្តិធ្វើការដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារបង់កម្ចីបង់ទឹកភ្លើងឬវិក័យប័ត្របញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទគ្រប់បំពាន់និង scan ចាយលុយតាមបណ្ដាហាងនានា
Welcome back, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. And now at this segment, which will be the panel discussion or a chit-chat, we are going to learn about Singapore ecosystem. What drives the success of Singapore startup ecosystem? So for this afternoon, the next segment, we will have a fireside chat with the Singapore startup ecosystem with the help of Akshay, our moderator for this conversation, and joining us online is Mrs. Annabelle Nock, the Director AI Design of Pulse Ecosystem Limited Fire Chat. And now I would like to hand over the floor, the whole chat to our moderator.
Hello. Hi, Annabelle. Thank you for joining us today. Our session today is a combination of this fireside chat followed by a panel discussion with members of Cambodia's startup ecosystem. So the way we sort of structured this fireside chat is that we would have an introduction from someone who's been a critical member of Singapore's startup ecosystem. So let me just start by introducing Annabelle. By the age of 24, Annabelle had started not one but two startups. She had started Smart Cow, which was an AI hardware platform, and then she had started Neural Bay, which was an AI software platform. And this success made it so that Forbes and Bloomberg got interested in her work, and they featured her a couple of times. She also was nominated for the Singaporean of the Year award and the Singapore Youth Award. Later, she would sell one of these startups to Prudential and join us to run digital initiatives across Asia and Africa. So I'm deeply pleased to bring Annabelle onto this platform so she can share with us her journey through a startup ecosystem and what makes the Singapore startup ecosystem so successful. So Annabelle, thank you for being here.
And hello to everyone tuning in.
Annabelle, you might need to speak again.
Okay. Are you able to hear me? Is
Yes.
this all right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. What's with a conference without some technical issues? Yes. Yes. I was saying thank you for the very kind introduction, Akshay, and a warm hello to everyone tuning in.
Okay, so let's begin with why a startup ecosystem. Why does it exist?
Creating a startup is easy, right? Anyone can register a company online, but growing a startup and sustaining that growth and that momentum is not as simple. And I think that is where the support of the startup ecosystem really comes in. And I mean, yes, there is a growth of the company, but we're also looking at the element of personal growth too. And the startup journey can, like what people say, be a lonely journey. And you need some peers to challenge and push you to the next level. So overall, I think the startup ecosystem provides a lot of value and support for any entrepreneur who's looking to embark on this journey.
Is it also that these startup ecosystems become connections, and connections are necessary for fueling innovation?
Oh, most definitely, right? Because when most startup founders, start getting going, they don't really have a lot of resources to work with, and usually teams are very small. So we really want to see like a cross pollination of ideas between various startups. It's something that's very common. And also when a startup is out there networking at conferences and at events, not all of these people that they meet would be relevant for them, but because you're close to that particular startup, your friend from the other startup might then introduce the connections that they find at the events to you. So having these connections will definitely open up a lot more opportunities for any startup founder. And there's another element of also being in the know of what's going on, right? Because the startup industry is a very fast-paced one, and you cannot afford to stay isolated and complacent that your technology or your business idea is the best one out there. So yeah, definitely being connected will help.
Okay, so now that we've covered the why, then let's just sort of understand the who. Who are the key players in a startup ecosystem? Are they individuals? Are they organizations? Could you give me a sense of that?
So when we're talking about who, I think we're looking at who are the various stakeholders in a startup ecosystem. So of course we have the entrepreneurs, there are the mentors and the investors and the incubators, and the academic bodies like universities as well, corporations, associations and events, the government, and other SMEs and services provider. So who you engage and to what degree you engage with them really depends on which stage you are in your startup journey.
Okay, but is there some sort of like a rule where I should secure my funders first, or should I go through the incubator first and then secure my funders? How would I just manage this complexity?
If you're asking if there's a template to follow, there isn't one, unfortunately. And first and foremost, you need to understand, or any entrepreneur needs to understand that there is no success formula. Because if so, then every startup would be a unicorn today, right? So there are frameworks out there like the business model canvas to help guide your thoughts and to make sure that you cover the basic questions that you need to ask yourself when planning for your startup. But unfortunately, these are not templates for success, right? They are just tools to help guide you along the journey. So I can't tell you exactly how you should begin because yeah, everyone has their own path to discover and to follow.
I understand. Let me see if I can push you a bit more to getting some sort of rails to take this forward. So let's say I am a young man and I have a passion for fintech and I want to start my business. I have no experience in the startup ecosystem, and I just want to begin. How should I kind of go about it? Where should I go first?
So I think the first step is to really do some reflection and to understand what are the resources that you have to begin with, right? So some people from more privileged backgrounds, they may not need seed money and they can jump straight into prototyping and start getting purchase orders from corporations. Whereas, other individuals, they might have stumbled upon a technological breakthrough whilst doing their research in school and might want to go through an incubator to help assist with developing a profitable business model and a go-to-market plan and to help them get plugged into the various connections that they need. Or if you're just a guy with a lot of passion and big dreams for the future, then perhaps you want to start with finding a like-minded mentor who believes in you and help you develop the soft and hard skills that you need to bring this idea alive. So soft and hard skills, be it communication skills or technical programming skills, you need certain sets of skill sets to bring you and to move it to the next level with a mentor. So I do apologize if I can't give you the answer that you're looking for. But if I may offer a valuable wisdom nugget, I think self-awareness is a very important trait for any entrepreneur. So when you are in a startup, things are very fast-paced and constantly moving. So you need to be very adaptable and understand what are the things that you need to let go of, what are the things that you hold on to, and what are the things that you can reach out for.
So is it that self-awareness also means that it's about being you, it's about being an individual? It's like, it's about you and having your own individuality in it, or is it about following what others are doing?
Definitely not just a blind copy and paste of what other people are doing, right? Like what I say, everybody's journey is unique. Where they start from is also unique. So their startup journey will look different, right? Based on where they started at and what is their own individual personality as an individual. So yeah, I think and also I think another point is that you don't have to do this entire journey alone, right? You can pull in a partner who compensates for our weaknesses as individuals because we can't be good at everything, and there are some things in life that we learn faster than other people. And after all, entrepreneurs are very busy people. We only have 24 hours a day. So how we use our time and energy needs to be done so very wisely, and we play to our strengths. And I think also to add on that note on efficiency and addressing our incompetencies, I see a lot of entrepreneurs who try to do a lot of things by themselves so that they can avoid giving out more equity. But if they had an additional core member in their team, they could have grown so much faster, and their equity would have had a much higher valuation.
Okay, I understand. So now that we've sort of covered the why the startup ecosystem, the who of the startup ecosystem, some of the sort of the fact that it's still really down to the entrepreneur and how he's set up and what his sort of why is, then what is it that makes the Singapore startup ecosystem so vibrant and so successful?
So, I mean, there's the obvious answer where Singapore is a melting pot of talents and investments and etc. But I think if you dig deep into the heart of what is the key ingredient that gives it that X factor, I would say that it is the upbringing and the culture of giving that we see in a lot of youth in Singapore today. So back when I was in primary school, the Singapore government would make us complete a certain number of charity hours a year. So this would mean organizing activities at elderly homes, doing beach cleanups, helping with food distribution to the lower income households, etc. So from a very young age, we were exposed to a lot of the social issues in our country. And as we grow older, we were constantly told that we should be the change that we want to see in the world. And by being in that environment, where the teachers are so supportive and growing up around friends who have gone through similar experiences and feel deeply about social issues, then it will definitely spur something within at least some of us to want to take things to the next level. So that's why in Singapore, we are seeing a lot of new startups popping up whose proposition is around an innovative solution to address social issues. So startups that addresses things like food wastage, accessible healthcare, affordable marketing for the small traditional businesses, etc. So the startup journey will have its high and low points, and having a very strong why as to why you are doing this startup is very important. And I'm very pleased to say that I see that in many of the young startup founders in Singapore, that they are very passionate about making a change in their communities. And it is very different when you are working for yourself versus when you are working for something much larger than yourself, such as making the world a better place. So there is a quote from Minu Shafiq, who's the director of the London School of Economics that I really love. It goes something like this. In the past, jobs were about muscles. Now, they are about brains. But in the future, it will be about the heart.
That's a very, very good quote. So let me ask you a question that you can choose to go at an overview, or you could choose to dig in deep. What was it in your heart that made you start these two companies that you did? What is your why and your driving force, and how have you sort of gone around using the Singapore ecosystem to, succeed in these two endeavors?
So for my first startup, Smart Cow, why I did it was really because I had this cool idea in mind, and I wanted to bring it to life. But I didn't want to sell it at like a super high price. I wanted it to be very accessible for other makers and other companies to use it as well, because the way that I learned how to build hardware and to program IoT devices was through the very humble Arduino and Raspberry Pi, which are open source. And when I was learning how to hack as a teenager, I was using Linux, which is also open source. So that kind of like spirit of open source and sharing was something that I also wanted to translate into this really cool idea that I just wanted to share with others. And as for NeuroBay, the why was because I felt that a lot of the SMEs in Asia and in Singapore and Asia, I mean, they are the backbone of our economy, right? Most of our businesses are SMEs, but I see using very old technologies, and I feel like, if only I was able to help them, that amount of income that they could, additional profits that they could bring in would really make a difference in their lives, right? They can send their kids to better schools. They can spend more time on holiday with their family, etc. That additional profit margin would mean a lot more to them than to the big MNCs, for example. So that was why I wanted to build technologies specifically to be affordable and accessible for the small enterprises. So that was my why.
Okay. Did you face any challenges or did you face any what were the opportunities that you got when you reached out to the Singapore startup ecosystem? How did you sort of go about it?
So I think one of the things that I was very grateful for was that the Singapore startup ecosystem was very welcoming. And not just that it was welcoming, I think there was a lot of opportunities for us, the youth, to attend conferences like, this CamTech conference, etc. And I think I'm also very grateful that by being a female. At this day and age, we are exposed to even more opportunities. So like there are women in, coding events, women, I mean, classes specifically for female founders and support groups to help women navigate through this startup journey and play to our strengths as women, and to give us support on our shortcomings as well. So in that regard, I think I'm also very grateful. So yeah, it has helped me in many ways.
Okay, I'll share something with you, and then maybe I'll let you give us like one last piece of advice. So I think to your point earlier about Cambodia's startup ecosystem and purpose, right? This is a country where, in at least my dealings with the startup community, I found that it's deep. This need to go and solve some of the burning issues of Cambodia right now is felt. It's emotional. It's right there, right? It's present all around us. But at the same time, as you pointed out, almost at the first instance, is that starting up is hard. The journey can be very lonely, and if you don't have the right ecosystem in place, or you don't have access to the right kind of guidance, then it becomes a difficult affair to kind of push through. And this is some of the issues that the panel that comes after us will be talking about. So if you had to give one advice to all the less than 24-year-old startup enthusiasts here who are, dying to kind of solve some of the problems that you've highlighted, which is kind of common across Asia, what would you tell them?
Stay curious. The reason being is because when you're curious about something, you tend to really go all out to pursue it and to find out more about it. And that already puts you above average, because you spending more time and more effort on learning on that subject already puts you above the others. And when you get good at something, more opportunities along that path will start opening up. And that's how you can follow your passion and follow your curiosity, instead of trying to force fit something that you find a lot of a struggle to learn, etc. In something that in an area that you're not particularly interested in, but because other people tell you to do so. I think that's kind of the wrong approach. Just be curious and let life and surprise you with all the opportunities that come along that way.
Okay. Thank you, Annabelle. This has been amazing. Thank you so much for taking your time out to speak to us today. You're speaking to us today actually from the factory, which is like a startup hub for Cambodia. So we're very excited that we were able to do this session here with you, with you virtually, but hopefully soon we can do it in some time face to face. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Akshay, and thank you for everyone who's tuned in.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annabelle, the speaker, and thank you very much, Akshay, the moderator, for the earlier panel discussion of Chit Chat. Thank you very much, Annabelle, for your sharing. It was a very good lesson learned for the next panel discussion. But for now, we are having 10-minute break, and then we will back with the next panel discussion about Cambodia startup ecosystem. For now, take a break.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អ យើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Healthtech អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy nè có bông ở đây bàn tang online giờ này mới cầm tu tôi đã hơi mong tới tu tôi tạm nghe với nhỉ nè tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem nhưng lấy code OTP bên đấy chị ca sẽ cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái nào nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chàng ta lại bông. Chàng bông kẻ chàng ta lại chẳng tính bông. Chàng kẻ chàng nhục chàng lời đã mẹ.
Trong bao cả lần này mấy ta mình pe mà nè ធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកកណន័យដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី Poll
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eslida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eslida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eslida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app
ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Curated Royal សមម៉ូតូសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឆឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនទេគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart B ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart B ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អូអត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាតមកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិតខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
គួរអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទេហានណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលគាត់នេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់36,700មក
ហើយ
បើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរ
អត់ចាំលេខកណ្ដាលដីផងណា
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្ដាប់ចិត្តស្ដាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខអង្គធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដកទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមានមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេជួបបែរអត់អស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹង cover ពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់ណា
Welcome back everyone, and now we are reaching down to a panel discussion. We have lined up of amazing speakers and our moderator here. Some are in the studio and some are joining us online. So we have just learned a little bit earlier before the break from Singapore startup ecosystem, and now let's move to Cambodia startup ecosystem. What is needed and how to ensure their growth from idea actualization and become competitive globally. To discover the secret formula, joining us to moderate this afternoon session is CAF Board Secretary General Mr. Thomas Pokoni. Hi Thomas.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Nice being here again.
Well, good to see you now. You have 15 minutes, all right? Don't go over time.
No worries, no worries. Easier than on recaps, it's finally longer. So.
Okay, and we also be joined here in the studio, and again, some are joining us from online, different part of the world. Our next speaker is Bong Nippon Cheng, and she's the Managing Director of Impact Hub. Hi, Bong Nippon.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. How are you feeling today?
Good.
Good?
Yeah.
That's not honest. You didn't say that earlier.
That's not honest because I did not expect the event to be this big. I'm sorry. I was told I was coming to a panel discussion, not on live TV or anything, so...
But it's true, it's a panel discussion.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Bong. But we're all excited to have you here. You're a very important person, and thanks for, we don't have enough women in these 5 days.
Sure.
More.
Definitely.
Happy to represent women.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Mrs. Chitka Makova, the Cambodia program lead from 5000 Global. She's joining us online. Hi again. Thank you very much for joining us again, Chitka.
Glad to be here again.
Thank you. And we also have Mr. Bon Meng Leng, the Senior Investment Analyst from Mekong Strategic Partner here in our studio. Thanks for joining us. How are you feeling?
A pleasure to be here. Feeling good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. And then we have Mr. Nguyen Lee Tien, the Executive Director from the Daejeon Startup Center, joining us online. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I would like not to take any more time from the 15 minutes you have. I would like to hand over the floor now to our wonderful moderator to take this session away. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nana. Thanks, guys, for joining me here. Thanks, Nippon. Appreciate you coming online. Irka and Dr. Tengle, thank you for being here with us online. So this topic today is very close to my heart. I'm participating on mentorship program with 500 startups. I've been here for over 10 years in Cambodia and seen country evolve big time. Startup ecosystem is the word that I've heard being talked about more and more in past 2 to 3 years. Definitely startup ecosystem is growing, but question is this growth sustainable? Is it really notion that will stay here long term? Are we really becoming kind of startup hub of developing nations in Southeast Asia, or is it just being in a fashion? Is it just a fashion trend that will start it and it will finish at some point? And if it's really long-term trend, what we can do to support it? Also, if we have this growing startup pool, how this pool of startups can help the country. Why is it important to have startups? Today, you guys represent quite, I would say, wholesome panel with expertise of investments, accelerators, incubators, startup literacy, startup advocacy, as well as government efforts through Daejeon startups. I think that before we go into individual questions, would you be okay to provide kind of your overview and your thought where we are as a Cambodia in terms of startup ecosystem based on that theme of today? Maybe we can start with ladies first, Nippon, then Itka, and then we will take it to Dr. Tengle and Mac.
Thank you, Thomas. So I think we are in a very exciting time for startup and SMEs in general. If we go back 5 years ago, I think the ecosystem, as you mentioned, did not really exist, and my co-director Director Melanie Mossad, who is also one of the founders of Impact Hub, she can testify that when she arrived here 5 years ago, 6 years ago, there was no such thing as a ecosystem. There was no such thing as an entrepreneur. It was like a really good question that what is an entrepreneur? And today, everyone knows the word entrepreneur. Everyone has this mindset of starting a business and becoming an entrepreneur for Cambodia. So, and further than that, the ecosystem, of course, can't be built by just one party. The government has, with the creation of Khmer Enterprise, just show their interest into basically putting efforts and the importance of investing in those youth in Cambodia right now. I just want to remind that we are in a population of over 50% of our population are under 30, 35. So we are in this pool of people who has great ideas and that cannot come up with business development. And with everything that happened during the pandemic, it's more important now than ever to have those young people investing in their ideas in order for them to develop creating solution for upcoming issues that the society and our economy can have. So for me, very exciting time to be an entrepreneur.
Thank you. Yitka, since we said ladies first, and thank you also for representing women's community on the panel, what about your thoughts? You've started with family startups quite recently, but you've been here long enough to actually observe this ecosystem. What are your initial opening thoughts?
Thank you, Thomas. I would really echo the messages that Nupon said. I did my first kind of startup study in 2016 with a handful of startup founders at the time. Today, we have seen the ecosystem growing to 300 and more startup founders and startup companies here in Cambodia. So there has been huge growth in the last few years. I think we've had a really difficult year last year during COVID, but I think what we've seen as organizations is that it has really helped some of the startups to accelerate. Because suddenly, lots of shops has been closed, lots of people are looking at solutions that would keep them safe at home. E-commerce has boosted hugely in the last year. So we had some winners and some losers in the last year when it comes to the startup ecosystem, particularly in the technology sector. I think one of the things that I see increasingly that in the last few years, what we've seen is lots of young people, universities in particular, setting up startups. What we have seen at 500 Global, increasingly very diverse group of people coming into our programs and wanting to set up startups. And I think I'm really excited about it because it's no more the kind of 16, 17, 20-year-olds wanting to set up startups. We see, people in their 30s, people who are professionals, increasingly large number of women looking at how they can pivot their existing SMEs into technology startups, but also people are coming and trying to develop solutions into problems that they face every day in their everyday life. So I feel like what I've seen is greater diversity in the Cambodia startup ecosystem. I've seen lots of diversity of ideas rather than the traditional kind of e-commerce space that we've seen and deliveries that we've seen in the last few years. So I feel like that the ecosystem has grown, but also diversified. And I think it's really important to acknowledge this, that it's not just young people looking at coming to the startup ecosystem. It's much more wider than that. I think one of the exciting things also that is increasingly large number of investors from the region and here from the US looking at solutions that are being built in Cambodia. So I do believe it's just a question of time before we see kind of unicorns coming out of Cambodia. I think the question if we will become the startup hub in Southeast Asia, I think it's a question. I think we still have a long way to go. And I think there's more work to be done to make sure that Cambodia is really truly on the map when it comes to startup development in the APEC region.
Thank you, Itka. A lot of interesting thoughts, and definitely we'll be catching up to at least some of those points very shortly. From private sector perspective, what about your opening thoughts? You've seen a lot of investments being poured into ecosystem from the private sectors mainly recently. Where are we standing now?
Yeah. So thank you, Thomas. Such a good question, and I echo Mipon statement that it's an exciting time to be an entrepreneur here in Cambodia. And since 2014, we have made significant progress, such as we've seen a diverse number of startups with new ideas. Our investment landscape improving significantly. The government are also very well involved within the startup ecosystem, and they have placed strong emphasis on the technology sector as one of the core part for their economic vision, with the introduction of different government bodies and also new regulation related with the digital economy 4.0. And as about the investment landscape, since 2014, we have seen that an increasing number of startup has received funding, not just from individual investor but also from institutional investor as well. As for our case at Mekong Strategic Partner, our corporate VC fund, Smart Axiata Digital Innovation Fund, we have so far invested in 10 high-growth digital startups, and we are very happy that we have helped them solve problem and bring them to the next level, and we've seen that a number of them have received follow-on funding of up to 7-figure amount, so that's a very promising sign. And also related with the potential pipeline of startups, we've seen that there are an increasing number of qualities support programs, such as incubator program and accelerator program, and with many enthusiastic entrepreneurs. And these are some of the encouraging signs for us, and we are still looking for good team to support, and this is such a good opportunity for us to support them financially and also adding strategic value to them as well.
Thank you, Mike. Definitely private sector will be the subject of today's one of the important questions we will be going through as well. When we look towards Tejo startup, we mentioned today, I think both Nipo, Nitka and Mang mentioned accelerators. So is Tejo startup accelerator? Is it government organization supporting startups? How would you define your position in the ecosystem? Dr. Tang.
To join this important event. I mean, the Tejo Startup Center, we can say that it is a government accelerator program to support a startup as well. But on the other hand, we also can say that the Tejo Startup Center is an instrument of the policy, of the government policy. Because you can see that actually startup ecosystem in Cambodia has been rooted around 10 years ago in 2010, for example. But at the time, there was no government sector involved. It just belonged to a tech enthusiastic. But as long as the government would like to create or maybe take advantage of the digital technology to create the digital business, so on and so on, that is why the government tried to steer the direction to support the startup ecosystem in Cambodia. So that is why, as a government, we would like to pour the money or maybe burn the money into this ecosystem in order to catalyze the ecosystem even more vibrant as it is. If you familiar with the concept of liquidity pool in crypto trading, it's quite the same thing. We would like to make a supply and demand inside the ecosystem. So this is one way to validate that the market is there, so that we need to call or maybe connect all the stakeholders, including the startup founder, in order to participate inside the ecosystem and become a successful business later on. Because once they graduate from any program or maybe become a successful entrepreneur or maybe a company, and later on they really directly contribute to the national economy by contributing to the tax, by job creation, and also become a role model for the startup founder as well. So, in short, the Startup Center is a government accelerator program on the one hand, and on the other hand, we are an instrument for the government policy in a way that we would like to steer the digital technology in terms, or maybe moving towards the digital economy and society direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tengli. I'll remember that word. You mentioned instrument of government policy. I like it. It's a very good definition. My next comment / question would be targeted to ladies on the panel today. And I'm sorry, it's a relatively complex question, but I think that both of you, both Nipon and Itka, are best positioned for this. So question or topic or kind of angle would be, even Dr. Tengli mentioned graduation programs. There's a lot of startups that graduate from the program, so on and so forth. And some of them contribute back to the economy by within the same startups or whatnot. However, is this startup notion really long-term based? Is this accelerators programs, incubators, are they placed really to change and influence the ecosystem long-term? Or is it a fashion trend, right? I know it's important. However, some people would question, is it really impactful? You see many other regions and they have startup ecosystem also developed and growing. But in Cambodia, we are still taking the baby steps, right? It's still in very beginning. Are we making sure that this is long-term, that this is lasting? Maybe Nipon, you can, Itka, since she's actually already online on the screen there, so you can go ahead first.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is really useful question and really important way of looking at kind of the support that's being currently offered to the startups. I think in terms of the Anchor 500 program, with this joint initiatives between 500 Global and the enterprise and the Cambodian government, I think one of the things that we're trying to do is to provide continuous support to startups throughout the startup journey. And I think it's important to understand that startups generally go through kind of ideation, kind of business activation, then it's kind of growth, and then it's kind of global or regional expansion. So I think one of the things as Anchor 500 we're trying to do is to really provide range of programs to support the whole startup journey. Because I think, I've been around the startup for some time, and I think one of the things we've seen with some of the initiatives that have been taking place historically is this. That's been kind of, you have this initial support to startup founders, but then what happens at the end of the program? And I do think that that's really important. It's really looking holistically at the startup founders, helping them to build their startups, but also building their capacity as founders, but also supporting their whole startup journey, not just looking at a particular part of their kind of growth stage. Or kind of supporting kind of collaboration in this space. And I think that's really important, is kind of greater interconnectivity between the range of the programs that we have in Cambodia to really support the startups from initial idea to investment readiness to kind of global growth, to be able to expand out of Cambodia and kind of expand into regional markets in APEC or to United States or Europeans or Australian markets. So I feel like that's kind of one of the things that's really crucial, to think much more holistically and create interconnectivity within the startup ecosystem to really support the startups much more holistically, but also really connect them from different programs to make sure they have a continuous journey of support. And they don't just go through the program and say, hey, we love certificates sometimes in Cambodia. So I feel like there was lots of this kind of, I got a certificate. And I would say, what does that mean? And so I do feel like these are some discussions that I think are important to kind of work on as we are growing the number of organizations supporting startups, that we're working closely together to ensure that there is collaboration and joint working when we work with startups.
Thank you, Itka. Nipon, accelerators, you've seen a lot of people in and out.
Yeah, for sure. So to go back to your original question, which is basically asking, is this a trend or is it a long-term thing? I would say that it is a long-term thing if we want it to be.
Okay,
so
carry on.
My initial is like, at the beginning when we talk about startup, what do we really want? We want young people coming up with ideas and developing a product, developing a service that could be useful for society, useful for the country. But we don't want it to stay at the startup level, just basically what Jika said, and having a continuous support, right? we wanted to for the startup to be evolving at some level where they can have investment interested in them, and they could grow more and more. But right now, one of the issues that we're having, because at Impact Hub for the last 5 or 6 years, we have been running incubation program and pre-incubation programs, and we have supported over 360 startups, so which is a great number.
Big number. Yeah.
We have also, in terms of percentage, we have 36% of survival rate. It's still high. It's not.
It should be like 10 out of 1 out of 10, right?
36% survival rate. Also, the interesting point is that we gave over $450,000 cash prize, 450,000, almost $500,000.
Which means grants, kind
yeah,
of.
as
cash
grants,
prizes, okay.
as grants to basically grant money for them to develop their prototype. And those who have received those grants has a survival rate of 67%. So whenever you give, whenever you believe in them, you can see that there's actually an increase of the percentage of that capacity to actually succeed, and not just come up with an idea and then it goes to die. And contrarily to some of the country, I know that you've known it, like Indigo or Kickstarter in Europe or in France or in the United States, where an entrepreneur, they have an idea and they do this crowdfunding and people believe in them. So they have this ability to basically invest in themselves. Whether here, we're having difficulties with that. If you look at the possibility for the startup to get that seed money, there are very little, few, I would say, possibility for them. They cannot do personal funding because usually they're very young, and we live in a culture where parents is,
age respect.
has age respect, and not every parents believe in their children's idea. We live in a culture where we have to go to do our studies, and being an entrepreneur is not the dream job that a parent could have for Cambodia. They have crowdfunding. We cannot do that because Kickstarter, Indigo doesn't work in our country. We've been rejected. We have loans. How can they get loans? Because they don't have the proper means to do that. We have investors, but investors are looking for companies that are already at a certain level. So you can see they don't have a lot of possibility to have this seed money for them to kickstart, really. So that's a problem. So for me, if you want to be able to develop SMEs, licorn, I would say size companies, we need to at least be able to give them the possibility to start. And this is a very important point that we are, in the last 5 years, Impact Hub has realized for the ecosystem, and that we're lacking in Cambodia, and that we hope we can change in the next few years.
I love the passion you're talking about it, and I fully agree. I couldn't agree more. This is absolutely. Today I was on a panel with FinTech associations across, and I think that it was FinTech association from Philippines. She mentioned we are now in time when we need to say, show me the money. We need to talk to investors, bring the money to the country, support the ecosystem. Speaking of that, Mank, private funding, Yitka was mentioning investors, and we have diverse group of investors. But personally, I've seen, especially in the early stages, other than those accelerators that we have, angel investors, it really doesn't work here. Are we getting at least closer to that, to that concept of angel investment, of people supporting that ecosystem, or are we still far? Because as Nipon mentioned, it's, you have growth, you have numbers, you have traction, sure, you will find investors, but you just starting, you have idea, who will give you the money?
Yeah, that's such a great point, because as for the private sector side, we are institutional investors, and our minimum investment amount is at least $100,000 US, and that's such a huge amount for a startup founder with just an idea and minimal number of tractions. And so that's where the friends and families come into play, but you can only get so much from these friends and families. So that's where you get these angel investors that provide you with that pre-seed money to gain more traction, to prove that you have a business model, and then you are ready to get the institutional funding to accelerate to the next stage. But I agree that the angel network here are still lacking, and also we do need more education for the angel investor here as well, because a lot of the angel investor here are traditional businessmen, and their idea is typically they want a huge chunk of the business. So that's how they do business. So typically, if I have a good idea and I approach a wealthy businessman, they would okay, I'll give you $50,000, but I want 50% of your company, which is not practical. And if you look at a well-developed, established market in Western country like in Europe or in America, I think the angel investor knows that these startup will go on to next stage, so you cannot dilute them 50%, right? So yes, I agree. We need more education, and also we need to strengthen the angel network here in Cambodia.
Thank you, Meng. Dr. Tangli, all eyes on us, private-public partnerships, government sector. What can we do? What are we doing in order to attract those or maybe educate and grow in Cambodia the angel investors? Or what can we do as a government organizations to support the early stage startups? Sorry for putting you there on spot, but you are probably best placed to answer this.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that the numbers of private funding, I mean, although in terms of the money, it is very much, but in terms of access to those finance, it is very low. For example, the Sunday fund, or maybe the fund from Octane, I mean, there are a lot of things in numbers, but the thing is quite difficult to access to that fund. The government perspective, that is why we established the Entrepreneurship Development Fund that Commander Dry carried out that fund so far. And there are a number of startups that get access to those funds as well. I mean, that is one part of the point. But on the other part of the point, I mean, for example, like the Japan Center also have the program that also provide the early stage or maybe big funding to the startup who graduated from the Regulator. And the amount is not that great compared to the rest of the world or maybe in Singapore, but at least in terms of locally, I mean, I would say that it's quite competitive and it would allow startups to survive for a while. And the government will enhance that funding from country fund as it is needed, but at least the ecosystem needs to show that they can produce qualified startup as a startup, so that it can be a network effect for the other, and the government is willing to pour the money as long as we see the success rate from this ecosystem. So my short message is that we are the ecosystem builder, or maybe the stakeholder. We need to work hand in hand, work together very hard in order to build this startup to make them successful. Maybe not in the short run, but at least within the 3 to 5 years from now. So hopefully that at that time there will be more fund to be injected, not only from the government fund, but also encourage the private sector to join on board as well. With respect to the crowdfunding that Yeoung mentioned, I mean, it's quite hard to create such funding. I mean, because maybe perhaps the culture, perhaps it's not the right time. So far, we do not have the crowdfunding platform, or maybe we used to have one top fund, but it has been fade away a couple of years later after the international. Hopefully that in the next few years, we will see a very good crowdfunding in order to allow the startup to raise the funding from the public, and then it eventually help them grow. But as of now, yeah, it is very unfortunate that we cannot find those kind of funding. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Langley. Actually, a lot of ideas there as well, including the crowdfunding platform and potential creation there. Before we get into a few other ideas, let's talk gaps on the market, startup market. What are we lacking here? What makes, let's say, Singapore or Thailand, and I know that we're evolving. We've progressed so much, as we all said, in past 3-4 years, right? But you look at those other markets, adoption of everything from crypto to blockchain to crowdsourcing to tokenization. to various fintech solutions, insurtech, you name it. Anything we're talking this week is happening across the region, right? And we catching up, we evolving very fast, and we actually made big progress past 5 years. But what do we don't have at this stage? And what can we do, private sector, public sector, in order to get there faster, right? So this one is questions for all of us, I think, private sector as well as government. So maybe Dr. Tengli, you can start, and then we take it to Itka, and then back to studio.
Maybe I didn't get the point, but perhaps you are referring to the sandbox, isn't it? Just to clarify the question.
Well, sandbox as well, but what are we lacking in Cambodia in startup ecosystem? What do we need to improve? What should we add in order to catch up kind of with the rest of the region?
Okay, I mean, based on the previous report, I mean, all of the reports seem to have an agreement that startup ecosystem in Cambodia, we are very fragmented in terms of the connection of the connectivity between one stakeholder to another. To me, I do not disagree, but I'm just not convinced that it would be the whole value point. Based on my experience 2 or 3 years with the startup ecosystem in Cambodia, I believe that the number one reason that have the barrier to upskill the startup ecosystem in Cambodia is the talent, the competency of the startup founder themselves. I mean, although the education has been improved a lot during the past 2 decades, but we are not at the level that we can compete with the region. So that is one part, and the other part, we need to, I mean, train our people, our students to at least need to dare to ask the question. I mean, we need to ask the question in a way that we need to escape from the status quo and then break up the norm so that we can bring the innovative idea or the solution to enhance this to the people's life or maybe to the society. I mean, that is the way to start up. And I don't think this very much in Cambodia, especially among the young people at the moment. I mean, they are very enthusiastic from the very beginning, but at some point in time, their passion just gradually fading away. So we need to enrich this entrepreneurial mindset to that founder, to that young entrepreneur, so that they still can continue their passion and make the journey at the end of the road. Yeah. So I mean, to my understanding, that is the only factor that we need to fix now in order to let our ecosystem more vibrant, and not vibrant in the sense that compared to the Singapore level, but at least you can get with Vietnam and Thailand, and we are competing with each other. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tengli. Escaping status quo, if I heard it correctly. Okay, it's a very interesting thought. Itka, towards you, what do we need? Talk to me.
So I will look at it from the kind of technology startup point of view. I think for me, in order for us to see large number of investments in Cambodia and large number of startups kind of growing out of Cambodia, I feel like we need 2 things. I think one is more complex technologies. I feel like we still see quite basic technology being utilized by the startups. You know, it would be lovely to see kind of more deep tech, AI-driven, augmented reality-driven technology startups. I think for that, we need to have a better education system that provides higher quality of computer science graduates for us to be able to build startups that can use some of the latest and modern technology. And I think that's particularly important when we look at the startup ecosystem in terms of technologies, because we still see, you know, many of the startups coming to the market are using relatively basic technologies. Lots of e-commerce platforms with just basic websites. So I do feel like if you want to compete regionally and globally, we need a lot more advanced technologies to be utilized. And for that, we need to have higher caliber of IT professionals coming to the startup sector and kind of leaving universities. I think that's one, main issue that I see. I think the second one in terms of technology startups, I do still think we lack global mindset. And so what I would say is that we need to build local, but think global. And I think with lots of startups that we've seen in Cambodia, it's still very limited kind of vision in terms of growth. We still, for many startups, we're still only talking about customers in Phnom Penh. And there is really lack of kind of the global vision and the aspirations to expand beyond Cambodia and building technology startups that provide solutions not only to Cambodians, but potentially also to customers in the APEC region and global customers. And I think that would help us to attract greater kind of investment into the country and kind of support the growth of startup ecosystem. So I kind of took it from the technology point of view, but I think those are really two important points that I think are important to see greater investment in technology startups in Cambodia by local but also regional investors.
Thank you, Itka. I've seen it today also on the other panels at Singapore FinTech Festival. Everybody was talking about technology startups' importance. So yeah, probably you are up to for something there. Nippon, what about your perspective? What are we missing?
So first of all, I don't want to seem greedy, so please forgive me regarding what I'm about to say. Because 5 years ago, as I said, there was very little about the ecosystem. But for me, right now, in order to move forward, we need a functional ecosystem. And when I talk about a functional ecosystem, is that we need to establish that the government, the private sector, enterprise supporting ecosystem like ours at Impact Hub, and the entrepreneur can work together. As I said before, in order to reach that level of having investment, in order to reach that level of having national and regional investor coming to Cambodia and saying, okay, this is a great company, this is a great startup, I'm going to invest in it because it's going to have a return of capital for me. We need to invest in the idea, the early ideas that no one believes in. And at the moment, coming from the private sector, I don't want to be greedy again. I understand that there's no such thing as free money, and this is not what I'm asking. But for example, having just incentive from the government side to lower tax, or for private company to invest more in the ecosystem, or for private company to invest in startup, or in organization like ours where we run incubation program with entrepreneurs who are developing so many ideas. If you ask Bun Mei, he was one of our judges for Smart Start, I think. Smart Spark. You can testify how many great ideas young Cambodians, such with young age, can come up with. And again, they don't have that support at the beginning. So how can we go to a level where we will attract investors while we can't even start at the beginning? So, and there's also an issue for us. I'm going to say it out loud here. For companies like Impact Hub, we are enterprise supporting entrepreneur organization. And even for us, we don't really know where we are. We're not in the private sector, but we're not NGO either. And we're having a lack of social status of where we are in a society. Whether our role, our mission is just to help entrepreneurs. But we do need, yes, funding, we need investment from the government, from the private sector, and from international organization. So when I say we need a functional ecosystem, I mean actors of all the four pillars, government, private sector side, organization like ours, and the entrepreneur, to work together and to have a system that allows them to be fruitful from the beginning until at some point investors from regional side or international can come up and say, wow, this company in Cambodia is so great, I want to put my money in it, and I will have a capital return. So that's my point of view.
Thank you, Nippon. 4 pillars: collaboration, functional collaboration. Mang, you are one of the pillars. Yes. Investors there. What are we missing? What we can do to better?
I think all great points were mentioned by our 3 speakers, and I like to echo the theme of collaboration within our ecosystem, because we made a lot of progress for the past 6-7 years, and we have seen many numbers of actors coming into our ecosystem as well. So it's about more collaboration among these actors. And I'd like to raise probably one angle. It's we have several numbers of hackathon, business innovation, incubator and accelerator, but it's about the continuity of these founders as well, because we want them to say graduate from the incubator and then they can jump into the accelerator, and we can have probably one central database that we can track how are they doing from where they are now, and so it's provide a lot of more convenience for investors who are looking to put money into good team as well. And I believe the lack of talent, it requires a long-term solution, but I think we are doing a lot of initiative, for example, technology skills and entrepreneurship added to our curriculum. So, but that takes time. It wouldn't solve the problem in 1 or 2 years, because education takes time. But what that's for the education. As for the funding part, the challenges that from my experience with the discussion with potential pipelines or potential startup, it's going back again to they lack the initial seed money, so it's typically around 20K to 50K in order to really accelerate their business idea, in order to prove that their business model work and they are ready to get the institutional funding for growth. And also another challenge is that we've seen a lot of good startup in the ecosystem as well, but many of them are not investment ready. By investment ready, they are maybe their financial or control are not up to standard. There may be tax liability issues. They are not registered, and these are some of the key risks that prevent us from investing in these potential startups. And it would be great if we could see more support in terms of tax subsidies, and also the setup costs, and also lessen the administrative burdens for the
to make
startup
it
as
easier
well.
for them, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Meg. I'm hearing very echoing statements to Nippons and also to it guys and Dr. Tangley. So thank you. I couldn't leave this panel and end this panel without 2 more points, and they are both for all of you. One is we talking challenges, we talking problems, but also trends and potentials. Name one sector, because after that I'll ask you for concluding statements. But first, name one sector you think that in Cambodia is currently evolving, or you think that will evolve, that has biggest potential. It can mention maybe we'll have our own unicorn one day. So where that unicorn will come from? Is it technology? Is it agriculture? Where is it gonna be? Let's start here in studio. Nippon, what do you think?
So I'm a bit biased because we just finished our Datdam incubator. So I'm going to say the agriculture sector.
Okay.
And I want to stress out the fact that, with COVID hit and when the tourist industry just went down in flames in the last 2 years, we were saved a little bit by agriculture. I'm not saying that and actually there's a very good part, because in our program Datdam, we've seen a mix of technology and agriculture. So basically bringing technology and making sure that the agriculture sector gets better. So I think there's a very huge potential, and also I have to remind everyone that Cambodia is still an agricultural country, and we are at the stage that if we make sure that we produce value, quality more than quantity, it's basically something to really look forward to. And especially with the development of technology, we can do so many things to make sure that our agricultors are having it easier to produce, or with more quality and stuff like that. So for me, it would be agriculture.
Okay. Nippon is agritech. Mang, where are your bets?
In contrary to Nippon, I still believe the e-commerce sector still have a lot massive potential although there are so many e-commerce startups, however, the great thing about e-commerce space here is there is no one dominant player yet. And as you know, it's in technology, it's the winner take most. And if you look at the unicorns across across Asia and the US, it's the richest man in Korea. He owns e-commerce.
Of course.
Jeff Bezos, who used to be the richest man, now it's Elon Musk. He also owns e-commerce, and I still believe that there's just a massive potential for a player here to dominate a e-commerce, which is a bit different from the traditional Amazon way, which we can see that in Southeast Asia we call it the instant commerce or fast commerce, where you buy it online and it arrives in your front door in just half an hour and an hour. So I think that's unheard of at Amazon. It's tough to pull that off.
Yes, Nippon, do you want to...
Yeah, can I just say that, like, totally agree with you that, like, there's huge potential in terms of, e-commerce and everything. But usually what I tend to think, and this is totally personal, is that replicating something that has been successful in a country that is not the same culture as us, that is not the same history as us, that is not the same economy status as us, is not always, for me, the best way to go. If we use what we have as strength, like it means this is why I choose agri-tech. It's because I take into account what we have strong now, whether in the United States, when Bezos actually started Amazon, the United States was already a society of consumption. Like, it was everything about consuming. We're not there yet. I mean, for us, we are at the level of developing ourselves. So I usually, I don't usually look at where it works somewhere else, might probably work here, even though I agree that it's a huge potential. I would prefer to look what we have now and what we can improve what we have now in a better way to make sure that we do better than the others. So that's just one point that I just wanted to add.
I knew that we need more than 50 minutes,
Yeah.
but nobody is giving me that. Dr. Teng Le, what about you? Where are your bets in terms of future unicorn of Cambodia? Where is it going to come from?
Yes, I mean, I also like e-commerce and agriculture, but if I have to pick, I think FinTech would be the top choice for me at the moment. This is not because I'm coming from the Ministry of Economy and Finance, but because of the key player are there already. And they have the big player there, and they have the money there. So what we need now is the regulation, maybe put a sandbox to enable more startups in that area. And if this thing gonna happen within a few years from now, for example, I think it definitely we will find a unicorn in that area.
Thank you, Dr. Teng Le. Itka, what about you?
So I think personally, there are great opportunities in software as a service area because of its ability and scalability. Because I do think that anybody building unicorns out of Cambodia needs to think about how can they expand regionally. And so I think this is what we've seen. I think the other area, just very briefly, is startups looking at sustainability as kind of inbuilt component in their solutions. Because I do think that there's a lot more, not just impact investments around, but people are looking at solutions that are not just going to make them money, but also have a positive impact on the environment and the planet.
Thank you, Itka. I think that's how gaming works. We all bet to something else. So let's see, maybe next year on the panel, if we have somebody on the rise towards that unicorn status. Maybe not next year, okay, give me a few years, but let's see. Guys, final thoughts. Let's say 30 seconds for each of you. Your message, personal message, business message, depends fully on you, towards the startups and investors. Everybody is watching today. What message do we want to share? Let's start with Dr. Teng Le.
Yes, I mean, you need to try. I mean, to try to escape from the status quo, and you need to dare. Escape from the culture being kept or being captured by the family. They have to progress by your own. I mean, that is the message I would like to convey. And the government is willing to help and also partner with the other stakeholders to assist you. So please try your best with this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Itka?
So So I'm going to actually borrow words of one of our startup founders from the last speech on Saturday. And that is, growth doesn't come from investment, it comes from growth of customers. And I feel like that's a message for any startup founders watching. Focus on customers, the money will come if you do.
Okay. Nippon Mank.
Okay, I'll go first. I think for me, it's I like to stress the theme of collaboration. We have so many actors in our ecosystem right now. We have so many good incubator programs.
We lost mic on Mang, so Nippon go first, and then we will go back to him after.
Okay. So my last message will be to our startup entrepreneurs. So basically, any idea who has what would we call a crazy idea. Don't get discouraged, because every people in the world who are not successful, they came up with those crazy idea where no one believed in them. So not every crazy idea will pan out, I'm saying that, but we don't need every crazy idea to pan out. We only need one of them. So just encouraging you to believe in your crazy idea if you think that it could be a positive impact to society and to our country. And as I said again, we are a population with over 50% of us is young, and great idea comes from you. So please believe in yourself, and that I really Impact Hub will continue to support you through the way as much as we can.
Thank you. Mang, back to you. Now it should work.
Have a microphone?
I think it works now.
Okay. Hope that works. Yes. So I like to go back to the importance of collaboration. We have seen so many actors in our ecosystem, and also right now the government introducing a number of government bodies and also policies and programs. And I believe it's about how we can work closely together in order to provide that continuity of these great startup with great ideas from one stage to another. And that way we can better identify their problem and challenges, and also provide the support and also government policies for them to grow to the next stage. So, yeah, collaboration.
Thank you, Mang. Nippon, Itka, Dr. Tengli, Mang. I have deeply rooted respect for you. You all represent different sectors, different segments of those 4 pillars. So let me close this panel by borrowing your statements. If I summarize today's discussion, and I hope I am saying it right, we together challenging or escaping the status quo through education and collaboration, while building the functional ecosystem by building local and thinking global. So thank you very much for being here, and I hope that next year we will be seeing improvements again in this startup ecosystem. Thank you very much for joining me today.
Alright, thank you very much. I mean, I actually should close now, but I just wanted to say, because everybody was actually betting on different things, I'm with you. I'm with Meng. Not because I think agriculture is actually, it should be agriculture. It should be agriculture, but you mean I work with advertisement, right? When we advertise e-commerce, it's actually easier to attract customers. People actually spend more money. Agriculture is actually basic need, but at least for 3 to 5 years, it's very difficult to convince people to spend money.
I didn't say agriculture, I said agri-tech.
Agri-tech,
very
yes.
different.
Let's see, next year we will see how the bets go.
I said agri-tech.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thanks,
You're
everyone.
welcome. Thank you.
All right, that's... Yeah, later. Okay, picture later. Now for our live audience, I would like to introduce everyone to our next session. The next guest speaker is a strategic formula from who is working in Drive Sale, Manage Salesforce, Branch Management, Synergy and Diverse Team, New Businesses, Research and Development. His specialty are product development and people's soft skill. This afternoon, he will share about the transforming customer journey with digital products. Let us welcome Mr. Hemsila, Head of Retail Banking Division from Philip Bank.
Thank you, moderator, DJ Nana. Have a lovely today. Actually, my pleasure today to be one of the speakers for the CamTech Summit for this year. So my topic today is about transforming customer journey with our designing the digital products that we can cater, the current situation during the COVID times. So the topic is more on the how we, maybe I want to recap the whole day we are on our session we have come through. We have talked a lot about the digital transformation. We have talked a lot about the change in life, especially we live in the new norms, whereby with COVID around the place, so we are trying to cope and then how to keep the customer during the COVID situation. I would, before I straight to the point, actually I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sela. I am head of retail banking, Philippines, Cambodia. So I think before I go to that, maybe moderator can flash out my slide regarding the Philippines. Before I go to the topic, straight to the topic, because I think the end of the day, we will share with you about how we design the product, the digital product to cater the service we are coming. So let me cap it in 2 minutes time. What is Philippines? So Philippines, invested into Cambodia since 2004 with the first finance, with credit MFI, credit microfinance, and Yeoung DPS Singapore Bank. And the latest merger between the Philippines and the credit MFI, make us as a Philippine bank to have like as 88 branches network in country. At the same time, also we have been enhanced addition to what we have as in financial inclusion. We also invest in Philip Life Assurance and Philip Life General Insurance as part of the financial inclusion. So Philip Bank is one of the, we are main part of the Philip Capital Group that have a headquarters in Singapore, and the group offer a full range of services, the quality products, services from retail, corporate, and institutional customer in operating in 15 countries. So our vision is simple: to grow people, delight customer, and benefit the community whereby our business in. And at the same time, our action is to build and continue to provide the convenient, integrated, innovative, and trust financial solution using our leveraging the technology and platform. We are strong in platform. We like to hear about platform. That's why today we are coming to sharing you about our digital product through the customer journey. All right, next. Actually, before we are going to do that, I would like to share with you simple things we are in our mind, in our groups. Number one is about how we acquire. We at a bank, we try to talk about acquiring is more on, how to acquire more customer, more easier and more leads. Of course, less spending actually. And then we look into how we convert them, closing more business faster, make more money actually. Sorry, the typo here is closing business actually, is not closing business. And also at the same time, we try to streamline the, how we work together on different channels, deliver the product and service faster to the customer. At last, actually, we look into growth. We look into growth. Actually, how we deepen relationship, and at the same time, after winning the market, also we have to build a customer loyalty to ensure that we are sustainable and be there. Actually, before we design the product, digital product, we adopt this approach below, 3 steps below. Actually, is a primary step that we are taking into account before we design the product. We just connect the dots, how we deliver the things, to streamline and satisfy the customer at the same time. So first of all, we look into crawl. Actually, the crawl process is just like ordering We know the segment where we want to tap, and customer relationship management where we buy, digest more what the customer need and wants, and try to figure out where they are, something like that. But actually, the simple thing is starting from the storytelling. Actually, people talk a lot about how the convenient, how the easier, what they spend time on, something like that. So it starts from that actually. So more or less about data gathering for these steps, and then we look into further step is about getting more info, more data from the our approach, like the campaign, the event we are running every day. We know what the customer want, what the customer needs, and then we test that concept actually. Somehow we call in the bank, we call it prototyping. It's try and errors. Sometimes it's error, sometimes it's all right, something like that. And then we combine this process, crawl and walk together, and then we run into one. We put a focus on, and we put it together, and then how we can deliver the product through one channel or one multiple channel, and then we deploy. That's all what we can say for this, and that's why I think the combination of three will be come into product. But the next slide will be illustrate you how we are come up with the product, the digital product. So actually, before we go to the product, we don't look into product alone. Actually, we look into the platform, we look into the customer experience. This is a critical pillar beside the product to design the customer journey. We hear a lot about digital transformation. So it's right. Digital transformation at this age is very critical to ensure that we are stay at a competitive age and compete in this tough market actually. So actually, since the time is constraining, so we pick up only the product to talk about. So if we talk about the product alone, actually we look into three things. Number one is that we build a foundation. We have data, we have customer needs and wants. So we know where the customer want to access, where the bank can access back to the customer. It's all that actually. We just enable it and we know it. And then coming to execute. We don't mess up. We just like make all into one, and then we decide, especially how we are precisely clear to the customer. For example, for instance, e-saving account, which is it's clear and precise that the customer can open by themselves, self-registration themselves online, something like that. So we put the focus on that. And then we work around our team. We mix a team up, digital team and a sales team together, how we deliver this product, right? So I think the key takeaway from the slide is that the product itself is not successful. Actually, we should combine with the other two more pillars. The important part here is the platform, or somehow the other bank or the organization, they call it innovation. And another second pillar is a customer experience. Is a very critical, very significant part to design the customer journey. Right, so we don't forget about these two important pillar before into the products. Right, so next, so actually simple things we are coming through here is a saving product. So I want to run through you a bit what we have here. We call it e-saving account. It's just like a typical saving account. It can be, but the different is they can open online by the customer itself. We don't need brand, we don't need all the material, all the thing happening, and then let the customer choose their time, choose their location to open their account. It's easy. We don't require initial deposits. Can be open both in Khmer and USD, and the bank account can be used similarly to the e-wallet, but actually it's more than an e-wallet because it can be used up to $500 per day before you are upgrading. Easier, the requirement just like easier. You just go straight to the App Store or Play Store, download the Philips mobile apps, and then you register yourself. There's two things only: valid national ID and the phone number, which is you can use the bank account right away. In the 3 steps. And anytime at your choice, you can upgrade yourself. You go to the bank branches to show your identity, and then you can upgrade this account into full service account, and then you can transact in any amount, any times. Yeah. Okay. The important part of this is that we adopt the digital transformation. Customer don't want to come into the branch anymore. No foot traffic anymore at the branch. So, and also the COVID issue, people stay at home. So we introduced this product. Is a very quite successful actually. When we introduced this, a lot of people interested and they open account online by themselves. The way we do is that we change the way we turn around things. The channel we have been into one only online, so everybody can access it. Everybody can access it at 24 hours, 7 days. Right. So actually, straight to the point is a quick point. Also take opportunity to introduce this product to you, and to open account is in 3 steps only. I think next moderator, please. Next. Number 1 is that I think the recap is that you insert your phone number. Actually, after you download your apps, and then you can input your valid phone number. Number 2, next is capture your national ID. Capture your national ID, your valid one, and then the final one is scan selfie yourself, and then you set up password. That's all. The 3 simple steps, to open account in less than 3 minutes, and easier, fast. So this is how we design the product to cater and tap the journey of the customer right now. Before I end my presentation, I would like to share you and my offer today. You can download this, you scan it using your phone. We open it, try our services, try our products, and we are giving away $1 credit into your bank account. Actually, we have applied term condition is that we apply from tomorrow up to the 17th November, so 6 days, and we give up to 500 people who are online here, or the one who can refer the customer here. So we will credit $1 right away in 1 to 3 working days. Actually, we are working hard to ensure that we can want to reward instantly, but we cannot do it. But actually, we can do it in 3 to 3 days. But actually, you can download first. Try our service, and let's see. So that's all my presentation today. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it, and I learned a lot from the summit from the beginning of the day, and thank you for moderator and the team here. Thank you very much. Yeah.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Healthtech អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy có bông ở đây bàn tang online cho nên mình cầm tu tôi đã hơi mong tới tu tôi tạm ngay với những nhẹ tao phi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem xấy nhưng lấy code OTP bên ấy chỉ nha sẽ cho phi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard anh phở ban lấy cái là nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook hết nên cái công san lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility.
Chàng ta lại bông. Chàng bông chàng ta lại chàng tiếng bông. Chàng cái chàng nhục chàng lôi đã mẹ.
Trong bao cả lần này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philip mình sẽ vào cam bao cả này đó tí cần lại. Để kron tiếp chop cho môi nâng ata sinh nhật bán, really cut strong line. Mình tới cả ai cái sa chán, nâng mình tới cả bạc nằm cón. Nghi srul rồi hạt toán chật. Ai cái tép bạc đã ớt cật lái, bằng cả cạn nị mất. Nông cá tu tuột tụm nền online, nâng sẽ vào cam xem chỉ chán tiền.
Welcome back everyone, and for those of you in case you're like, okay, what is this part? This is part 2 and it's still on the same day. This is the 4th of the 5th day of the CamTech Summit 2021 powered by Prudential. And we are now continuing, and actually this is the best part for you if in case you have missed whatever happens in the morning until now, because this is a recap segment. Well, we have the two gentlemen here in the studio. They will walk us through what have happened this morning up until today. But most importantly, we have a very special person to also add up his own opinions and maybe a little bit more on the question. Maybe when they talk, they usually add their own opinion, and there would be an extra for you of watching during this time. Now this is the recap session, and as normal on our daily basis, we have CAR Board Secretary General Mr. Thomas Pockany here with us, and here he is in the studio. Hi again, Thomas.
Hi, Nana. It's already kind of becoming standard for me. Maybe I should switch job. You know?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you. And then we are joined here in the studio by the co-director of the Museum of Economy and Money, which was established by the National Bank of Cambodia, Mr. Blaise Kilian. Kilian. What nationality is that? Sorry if I may ask.
Sorry?
What nationality is that name?
The name is French.
It's French.
But it sounds German.
Yes. But then you also speak Khmer very well.
Yes, I also have Khmer nationality.
Oh, very international. All right, now without further ado, I would like to hand over the floor now to the two gentlemen, and now let's walk us through the recap for this afternoon.
Thank you, Nana. Good evening, everybody. It's nice to be back for day 4. Thank you, Kilian, Blaise, being here today. It's actually a very special occasion for me because we've been working together on many projects since Sosoro was established, and we've been working even before when in your time when you were at Eurochamp. And to me, it's you will add definitely a lot of domestic and international exposure into this and knowledge and expertise. So let me walk you through what was happening today. So we essentially started talking about insurance and InsurTech, just briefly. Then we had segments from Prudential, who is also title sponsor of this event, about the Healthtech. We had some statistics on esports. Then rest of the day we talked startups. Imagine we had startup here, who company called Cosmos. It was first satellite or weather balloon launched out of Cambodia by high school students in Cambodia. So it was very interesting day for me because I'm a very passionate member of startup community here. So let's just briefly discuss the insurance and InsurTech sector. You've been, at least in your Eurochamp times, tons of insurance companies are your members and everything else. 38 insurance in the country, 18 general, 14 life, 6 micro. However, still huge room for growth. Many insurance players, but still most of the population underinsured or not insured at all, right? It's interesting to see that people not looking so much forward or towards, this well-being, that planning for the future, right? I've seen it before in Europe. I don't know anymore. I've not been there for a long time how it is there, but in Cambodia definitely it's surprising that we're looking at what's happening tomorrow, but what not happening in 1 year, 2 years. Why is that?
Okay, thank you, Thomas, and thank you, Cambodia Association of FinTech, for having me today. It's been a very interesting session. I could not watch it. Thank you for the recap, but I watched some very interesting parts of it. Regarding to what you are saying, I think what matters maybe is not what people are not yet doing or not yet looking forward to, but how trends are moving, and the number of companies or insurance company coming here in this industry or even in other industries show how much the Cambodian economy and the behavior of the Cambodian people, who it was said before are mostly very young, who are emerging also as a middle class, who are having new consumer behaviors, is evolving, and that is very interesting. It shows how much potential there is, and I think that as Cambodia keeps growing, because we had this COVID hiccup, which was a major one, but also an opportunity for lessons, right, and experience. I think that as Cambodia is growing, the consumer behavior is going to continue evolving. The markets are going to develop, new segments are going to appear, and the market maturity is going to grow. So for me, it's very interesting, and I think it's only the beginning. In terms of insurance, maybe there are also some matters related to regulations and how compulsory it is or how compulsory it should be in which sector. But overall, I think if we look 10 years from backwards or even 20 years backwards, the evolution has been absolutely extraordinary. And 20 years ago, how many companies were hoping to do insurance in Cambodia, and nowadays how many are they, and 10 years from now, where will it be? I think that's what matters most, is to look at these trends.
Do you think it's also because we have such a young population that essentially simply we not tend to look so much for the future because we live in the present? Everything is digitalized, Do you think it plays a certain role? I tell you why I'm asking, because Andrew Wong, Chief Health Officer of Prudential PLC, was saying essentially that by age of, example was in Malaysia, 2050, Malaysian population will age to over 65, from 4.6% of population to 16. China, I think, was 24. Simply numbers were staggering, right? And nobody's essentially preparing for the future. Do you think it is because we essentially have such a young country that we think, well, it's maybe no need yet to look, what will happen 20, 30 years from now?
Maybe it is the case. Maybe it is also the case that when you are 25 years old, as the majority of the Cambodian people is, and you have lived through 20 years of steady growth. You have seen your possibilities, what you can afford. Growing year by year. Of course, you think about how much you can enjoy it now. You don't. Cambodia has been through a lot of good and very bad times, but the Cambodian population nowadays has been mostly through 2 decades of steady growth. So yes, it probably shapes the way you see the present and the future in a little bit of a different manner.
I tell you where the young population come really into play. I ask you a very difficult question. What do you know about esports? And hold on, they're passing me new mic, so I guess that was for you.
Maybe it's just my voice, it's not the mic.
Well, let's try. Okay, back to that question. What do you know about esports? We talk young population, so where do you think we stand? I have like cheat list here on it.
Yes,
but still.
I probably have it too, but yeah, I mean, it is definitely a trend we hear about in the world. In Cambodia, I don't know, but I would expect the Cambodian population, the youth, to be interested into it. But I'm sure you're going to recap very interesting numbers and see and tell me how it goes in Cambodia.
I definitely will encourage people to look at those because I have like this paper full of numbers. But one number that really is interesting is that where was the percentage-wise? Here. 19%, which means 20% almost of people who play games in Cambodia, they spend on those games more than $30 every month, which, considering students and young population who would play, it's relatively a lot of money. And in the response to it, when they were asked, do you consider it as a future career almost, many of them start responding yes. And then you look around and there are people, even millionaires nowadays, who actually became millionaires because of esports industry. So definitely I think it's something that we need to look seriously at, because maybe not for you and me, we are behind the zenith for this, but it is there, it is happening right now.
I think yes, and it somehow goes back to what I was implying before, that as this population is very young and as the country is steadily growing, you have these new consumer trends which are appearing, and this is one which is definitely in phase with their time and not ours, maybe. But to give another example, which maybe we can relate more, I remember that maybe 15 years ago, one of the first fast food franchise coming to Cambodia, which was a little bit expensive in Phnom Penh, I thought. I've been here for 22 years, so I thought I knew. And I was thinking, who is going to spend on this? And it's not traditional food, and it's a little bit expensive. But it's been an instant success for this company until nowadays. So I think it also shows that when you give the opportunity of, when you create a new market for a demand that is eager to grow, to spend, and to discover, then it may work. And that is a very interesting trend in the Cambodian market, I believe.
Wonderful. I fully agree with you. Back to the young population and what's happening in Cambodia. Today I joined one session that wasn't live actually here. It was in Singapore, but maybe it will be streamed at some point on our sites as well. It was a group of 7 other fintech associations. So essentially Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia was there, Indonesia, and they all were sharing a lot of things, right? I came there representing Cambodian FinTech Association, saying, yeah, we do A, B, C, D, we have our blockchain payment infrastructure, which we always mentioning, right? Project Bakong, because we are very proud of it. And many people are still looking at it and they are very happy and kind of considering this one as a big step forward, right? But I was kind of boosting Cambodia and our association as how much we do, how much we can lead by example. And then they smashed me literally with tons of information from, there were discussions on blockchain projects and others, but also on simple, it's not just fintech, how they creating regulatory sandboxes which combine InsurTech and AgriTech, Philippines have, for example, the sandbox not just for fintech, but they have it for every single other industry, right? And then you look at it and thinking, oh, I thought that we kind of really leapfrogging, because I'm always saying our fintech has potential to leapfrog, and we do within the nation, right? But then you see there is so much happening in the region. We all agreed on the panel that Asia is still much faster than West, actually, than Europe or than States, because our adoption is faster and everything else. But within the Asia, you know, despite that our progress in 10 years has been probably faster than in many other countries compared to the starting point, but because we might have started later than the other countries, many of those countries are really even way ahead, right? I'm not saying in order to be angry or sad about it or kind of ring the panic bell, but almost kind of encouraging ourselves and everybody here. We need to look at outside, you know, take examples and leapfrog even more, right? We shouldn't slow down. We cannot take comfort that we're growing, that is enough, because there is much more happening, and I think we need to push even more than we're pushing. What do you think?
I mean, I fully agree with that, but I would like to add just one more thing, which maybe is not fully related to your question, but which I think matters very much to Cambodia. Also in general as an investment destination, or just as a country on the world map. It's about Bakong. As you say, Bakong is a very interesting technology progress in Cambodia. It's bringing something very new. It can help on a specific agenda which is related to, you know, the interoperability, the use of the national currency, financial inclusion. But it served one more purpose, which I think every Cambodian could be very proud of, and which, from my perspective, having dealt a lot with foreign investors, you know, looking at Cambodia, it served to project a brand new and very modern and dynamic image of Cambodia with the rest of the world. For the first time in many years, you know, CNN, CNBC, and other worldwide media have talked about Cambodia, not about the usual bad news, if I may say so, but about Cambodia as a young, dynamic, emerging economy, creating this brand new technological tool in the market. And so it has projected a very positive image of Cambodia. And I think it matters even more because when we talk about Cambodia, there is a perception gap. People outside of Cambodia see Cambodia as it was maybe 20 years ago, not as it is today. And Bakong has helped somehow to bridge this gap. So it's not very much answering to your question, but I think it matters also how the world look at Cambodia so that we can attract more people here to partner with the local population and investors as well.
Yeah. You actually answered it because on panel we had on the startup ecosystem just before our session now, Kamarko of 500 Global was saying, you know, I always want to encourage our startups, building local, but thinking global. And I think that Bakong is one of the examples. We build it local, it's for local purposes, but it brings that perception and different image, right? Speaking of that, we also had CamDX by Tejo Startup Center today sharing. And I am very happy that we have it here. They are describing how, you know, for now it's just MOC and Tax Department and Ministry of Labor and MOI as a part of it. But sooner or later, there will be in phase 2 additional licensing with Ministry of Tourism and everything else. And do you think that removing this barrier of entry for investors, for new startups, for new companies, you know, when it comes to registration, it adds transparency, I think. Do you think is it one of those last few remaining steps that we need for somebody, for example, from Europe or States to come to Cambodia and say, yeah, I can invest because I don't need agents. I don't need to pay anybody on the table. I just go on government-run portal and open company, license company, and run my business. Do you think is it one of the key factors?
I think it's an extremely important milestone or step towards, you know, an excellent and enabling investment atmosphere in Cambodia. It helped to solve several issues, and I was very interested by the presentation. I watched this one. Okay. Because indeed, when I was at Eurocham, and even now when I talk to entrepreneurs and investors, this question of registration matters very much. So to create a single portal to avoid having to go to too many interlocutors is a very important step. It also here again is going to help with perception, because I believe that if this is implemented as well as it seems to be, It's going to help also on the doing business index of the World Bank, the famous or sometimes infamous now recently doing business index of the World Bank, which is a very important indicator that investors look at when they decide to invest in a country. And this portal is going to help to reduce the duration of the process, is going to make things easier, and it's definitely a very important step. Now, what I hope, because it's just the beginning, and I think that maybe during COVID you did not have so many registrations. I saw about 10,000.
Yeah,
so
it's still a big number, no? That's suddenly out of nothing,
but
10,000 new businesses.
One massive registration.
Well, yeah, I know.
But what I really hope is that it's going to be as smooth as possible. I heard in another of your panel that there was the question, for instance, of electronic signature. I was discussing last week with someone who manages a lot of foreign investors in a special economic zone, and he was telling me that digitization is no paper, no human, and electronic signature. So I think with this we have made not one but many steps toward this objective, and I hope we can complete this 100% objective in the future.
I think that electronic signature and hopefully digital ID also, like SyncPass and those others, right? Imagine having one digital identity that we use everywhere across all organizations, both private and public. I think that will really push us ahead. And because we don't have essentially any proper ID system except those few simple ID cards, right? That we have chance to digitize this one relatively quickly. I'm not saying it's easy task, but definitely I think there's big potential. Maybe some startup idea there for private-public partnership there. Look, there was one other key element mentioned, and that's probably very close to you and your current position. We talked a lot about, and not just today, it was from Monday, in every recap I had, including with DJ Nana here and everybody else on all those recaps, digital literacy, awareness, education. Today, Meng from MSP during the panel also was talking about collaboration is important, but we need to educate investors, add more tech curriculums into current university and high school programs, right? And I know from your perspective, Sosoro is not just a museum where I come to look at old coins. I would say that it is an educational outreach arm for the public, for general public, right? Share with me, because I could talk about it too, but I don't want to do it always because I'm here since Monday. We do a lot of things between CAFT and Sosoro. If you can mention something about this, but also share what's your really mission and goal by Sosoro Museum, and you as a co-director, what do you want to achieve?
Thank you, Thomas. And the answer may be a bit longer.
Absolutely. We have still 5 more minutes, so take it all.
First of all, I think what you say about education matters because Cambodia is in a stage where it needs, and the government understood it, and everybody understands it, and everybody is working toward it to move from what used to be somehow a cheap labor-intensive model, which served its purpose until now, to a more skills-based economy. So skills education, is part of the many items that everyone is working on in order to improve the overall awareness, education, skills of human resources. And in addition to this, the Museum of Economy and Money is indeed in the mind of its creator, because it has been established by the National Bank of Cambodia, a tool for awareness and education with regard to the economy, the role of money, and how money and monetary policies related to a country's sovereignty. But when I say that, it may sound a little bit too complex. So if we step back a little bit,
it was long definition.
If we step back a little bit, what do we see? We see a museum which gives you an overview of 2,000 years of Cambodia's history from the economic perspective. So whoever is interested in Cambodia actually will find a lot of interest in visiting this museum. But for us, it's a little bit more than just a museum. So what do we want to do at Sosoro? We want to use this repository of knowledge also as a lively place to discuss, to exchange, and to comment on Cambodia's past, present, and maybe future. And this is why we have partnered with the Cambodia Association of Finance and Technology.
By the way, thank you for that.
Thank you for that too. With the MOUs that we have signed together, we are going not only to encourage companies, for instance, to bring their staff to visit the museum, because okay, everyone has a right to access to knowledge, culture, and information, but also to organize series of workshops and conferences in order to share about the economic history of the country, but also the present economic state of the country, to develop financial literacy, and therefore I believe that this will help to make this museum a place that you visit, but also a place where you can host events, and CAFT is going to host many events from what we have discussed in the museum.
Now we can.
And now we can, because we just opened yesterday. We were open yesterday, and therefore this place is going to become a lively place where the economy is not only and the history is not only exhibited, but also discussed, researched, where people can exchange, just like we are doing today, but in another very nice settings, that is the Museum of Economy and Money.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Blaise. And you know, because we're already running towards the end of the session, I know that you have something special to say or announce. So with that, I would close this and leave the floor to you to close it towards Sosoro. Thank you for coming, and I always enjoy our talks. We should do this more often. Thanks for joining me today.
It's a great pleasure, Thomas. Thank you very much. And so yes, I think we have something to share, which is Sosoro Museum. The Museum of Economy and Money is open since Wednesday again to the public, and so we are open every day from every day from Tuesday to Sunday. I encourage everyone to visit the museum from 9 to 6. You know, it's a beautiful place. You will see a big building on Street 106. Just come in, you know, everyone is welcome. It looks a little bit intimidating, but it's open to all. On 102 we have a beautiful garden. People can just come in the museum. It's open to all, and everyone who has an interest in Cambodia will be glad to visit and to discover this museum, which I think we are going to show a little bit about right now.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you, and thanks, CAFT.
From the early trading kingdoms all the way to the challenges of the 21st century's fast economic growth, Sosoro Museum's must-see exhibition takes you through 2,000 years of Cambodia's history. Learn and test your knowledge with insightful displays, interactive technology, and artifacts exhibited in a state-of-the-art museography. Visit Sosoro Museum and enjoy the surroundings of our heritage premises. The museum comprises several areas accessible to the public, besides the permanent exhibition.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the recap. Like I said, it's more than a recap. It's its own segment of the CamTech Summit. Usually, I would refer just to Money Museum in Khmer, Sarak Manti Lui. That's easier to remember. Yeah. But seriously, a lot of Cambodian people actually didn't even know that they can just, walk in. Yeah. Thank you very much for sharing that. Yeah, now they do.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We're not going to talk more now because otherwise we cannot close. Let me do my job and closing the summit for day 4. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending day 4 of the 5-day CamTech Summit 2021 powered by Prudential. We have learned so much today. A lot of things the gentlemen have already mentioned. For tomorrow, we will be also coming back. But before I close this event, I would like to acknowledge again that, well, actually all of us, government, private sectors, startup, we all have the same goal. And we would like to thank as well, because this year, World FinTech Festival in Cambodia is made possible with partnership with Singapore FinTech Festival and with the help and support of the following partners and sponsors. Thank you very much to the National Bank of Cambodia, Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology, the Association of Banks in Cambodia, Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. Thanks to our silver sponsor, Khmer Enterprise, Inspire, Connect, Transform. AMK Finance at your doorstep. Philip Bank, a member of Philip Capital Group Singapore. Prince Bank, we try harder for you. And Visa, everywhere you want to be. Thanks to our brand sponsor, Asidada Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank for the people. Credit Bureau Cambodia CBC and e-money, easy and safe. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are powered by Prudential, so thank you. That was our main partner for this event, our title sponsor. And also thanks to Trans Royal Bank, Simply Better Service, PPC Bank, Easy Banking, TrueMoney, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia, and Wing, the bank for every Cambodian. We would not have this possible as well with our partner, Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh New, My Time, Your Opinion Matters, and PR News Wire, we tell your story to the world and survive, happiness, live here. Finally, our content partner, Bakong, the next generation mobile payment and banking. DQD, we deliver, we divest, we drive ahead, we are the diversitas. IP88 and W Source. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we'll see you back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow as the last day of the CamTech Summit 2021 powered by Prudential. For now, please have a good evening and goodbye.